What is good, everybody? Welcome back to another TAETRO stream in the Lo-Fi Lounge. Thank you for being here. Welcome, everybody. Wow, as soon as I kick on with the camera, we got a new member, Nicotina. Nicotina, welcome to the community. We are here. We're chilling. I hope everybody's good. I hope you're all doing well. This is a great stream to be at if it's your first time or whether you've been here before. You know that we have a amazing community of independent artists, independent musicians, independent producers from all around the world that are a part of this community. And during streams like these, we take the time to listen to what everybody is making, to listen to everybody's music. And it's really cool because we get to hear the diversity in the community. We get to see people's growth. We get to see people go from having never made music before to making music for the very first time. Those are both the same exact thing. To being musicians full in, full out, like getting playlisted, releasing albums, releasing singles, all those things. So we see a lot of growth within the community. I already see people asking, how do you submit? How do you submit? So there's a lot of new people here. Welcome. Don't worry. I will give an overview on how you can submit and how you get your music played today. Of course, some people already have submitted because we do our submissions via Discord, if that gives you any hint. And there are instructions about Discord in that pinned comment. But we have a bunch of submissions already. Usually we go for about 3 hours on a stream like this. 3 hours is pretty much the amount of time I can go and give some valuable feedback to each entry and not be like exhausted by the end. We got a bunch of submissions in Discord already, and I'm stoked for that. So if you are already a YouTube member, you can submit now. I'm also going to sneeze. Very important to get that out of the way right here and right now. Yes, so get ready. I want to do a couple plugs here. Thank you everybody in chat. I want to get a couple things out of the way here at the beginning before we really get going. The first thing is, this morning, early in the morning hours for me, who knows what time it is for you, I released my new Push 3 video, the one that I've been waiting to release for a long time. This has been in process for like over 2 months in collaboration with Ableton, going to all these different beautiful locations, making music with Push 3, kind of taking you through my journey of learning about Push 3 and understanding Push 3. Doing some sampling out there on the go. Going to rooftops, recording on rooftops. Hitting the road and making music on the go there.
Across the United States.
This is fully narrated video.
You end up at a
lot of cool live music. You see Duncan is there. Duncan's not in the studio right now though, but Duncan's there. I was up at 5:15 EST and I was needing it then. Usually I put the videos up at like 5 a.m. PST, something like that. And then all the way back to the studio. So this video, if you're curious about Push 3 or you just want to see a big epic travel music making video, I would definitely recommend you watch this video. If you're not so interested in the instructional stuff, I would say maybe skip the first chapter because that's kind of gets into the workflow of Push. But then you can see a little bit of my travels in Korea, some beautiful locations. So that video dropped today. If you want to go check it out, show some love, drop a comment, let me know you watched it. There it is in chat. The other thing is, first of all, who's on Threads? Anybody on Threads here in the chat? I know I've already seen some of you there. Let me get these background beats going. I've been threading a lot. I'm pretty much giving up Twitter and going on Threads. The vibes are on Threads. Hearing lots of mixed reviews on Threads, there's no mixed reviews to be had. Threads is like Twitter like 10 years ago. So, a lot of you have asked, how do you submit music? How do you submit music? Well, submissions are open to YouTube channel members. What are YouTube channel memberships? If you hit that join button down below, like Helmy did. Helmy, welcome to VIP. Thank you, Helmy. If you hit that join button down below, first of all, you'll be supporting the channel. It's very important in these days. In these days of the algorithm, where who knows if you will see a creator's work, or maybe the creator that you once liked is now all of a sudden making Mr. Beast style videos because that's what the algorithm likes. If you don't like your internet increasingly becoming more and more just Mr. Beast clones, then consider supporting a creator that you do like their work so that they don't have to basically rely on an algorithm and then change their content based on that algorithm. So anyway, you can join and become a member. Here's the thing. Some people's reactions to that are like, oh my God, I have to pay to submit my music. Yes, but here's the thing. The lowest tier is $2. And for that $2, you're going to get access to our Discord, which is an amazing community. You're going to get a few free downloads on the YouTube community tab on my channel. And you're going to be able to submit your music today. You submit your music today, you're going to be able to get feedback on that music, not just from myself, but from the community. If that's all interesting to you, if you feel like that's worth $2, great. If you don't think that's worth $2 or you don't have money to spend right now, that's totally fine. You don't have to do it. And Bishop91 says you get access to me. Now that's the $2 tier. If you want to bump up to the $5 tier, we have a ton of perks there. That's like the best tier to be at. First of all, there's even more free downloads there, more sample packs to download at $5. And what I have on screen here is a list of our 7 current members workshops. These are, as you can see, around 90-minute to 2-hour workshops on really important subjects: melody making, arranging your track, how to make a sample pack, build a career in music, making videos for music producers, instructional on that, how to find your unique sound, and how to analyze and learn from your favorite music. These workshops are like really important subject matter that don't really make sense in a short form YouTube video. So we do deep dives, and we do these live. So the next time we do one, which will be in August, you'll be able to actually participate and ask questions live in that if you become a VIP member today. Siel Sounds says, came in on the $2 tier and almost immediately upgraded for the workshops. Worth it. Love to hear it. Siel Sounds, love to hear it. SDK, member for 24 months, gold badge, 2 years. Brewing some coffee to celebrate. Cheers, my friend. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Wow, 2 years, yeah. So I didn't mention one of the coolest perks of membership, which is that you get a cool badge next to your name. So if you notice all those people with the cool badges next to their name, like Atomic VR just got one. Ayish has been a member for 26 months. It says, damn. Cineres says, cheers from Brazil. What's up? And of course, if you want to hang back and just chill in this stream and not be a member, that's totally fine too. Give a like to the stream. It's a free way to support. And you'll also be able to hear a lot of cool independent music here. Now, members. Oh, Janjil, 24 months as well. Another 2-year member. And thank you all so much for supporting the channel. I try to over-deliver on that value, so I hope you are taking advantage of the free downloads, diving into the members-only workshops. The other thing is I've just started a new live streaming series where I'm working on my new album, and those streams are available to members only as well. Ghost Wave episode 1 was last week, so you can go back and watch me work on that. So, as you can see, Nico in chat says, if I'm a member, how can I add the server to Discord? We have full detailed instructions, chat, on that in the pinned comment. There's a short URL there, which should bring you to this page. All you have to do is, you're not the content creator. You want to scroll down and find YouTube integration for viewers. You want to follow those instructions. FAQ is there. Members and regulars in chat, what I need your help with is if somebody needs help like that in chat, so I don't have to stop the stream every single time somebody asks. We have new commands, which just McCaffrey just entered. There's exclamation point help, which will help people who are struggling with linking their Discord. There's exclamation point submit. If people are asking, how do I submit my music? How do I submit my music? There you go. That's the answer to that in chat. Nightbot will answer. And then there's submit, help, and there's Discord, which is the pinned comment, I believe. So if anybody asks any particular questions, like they've already become a member and they're having trouble linking, just hit them with the exclamation point help. If people just jump in and they're not members and they're like, well, how do I submit? Exclamation point submit. Somebody asks about Discord, exclamation point Discord. What's good? Eddie T, member for 13 months. It's been an amazing 13 months. Thank you for all the support. Thank you, Eddie, for all the support. I appreciate that. One final reminder, and then I want to get right into the submissions because we got a full stack here in Discord. It's coming, folks. Beatober 2023. 82 days left. 82 days left till Beatober. Do you think we can match our $10,000 raised from last year for charity? Do you think we can raise that this year? Jimin Energy says, how can you check how long you've been a member? Well, your member badge is an indication. I'm not sure the member perks thing, but if you go to the super chat button, Jiminator J, you will have a free super chat, just like all these other posts, like Eddie T, Tetralogy just posted, John Jill. Those are super chats, but you get a free one every month as a member. Tetralogy is a huge supporter. Huge supporter. That's crazy. Wow, 1 year, time flies. Hopefully I've absorbed some of what you've taught. Why is that happening? Taught me, and my submissions are improving. Thanks for making this a thing. Hey, thank you so much. And as usual, members, I'm open to feedback. If y'all want something special, some kind of member perk that I'm not currently offering, maybe you see another creator offering something, I'm open to ideas. The more we can support this membership cause and of course bring new people in, I think the more diverse, the more people in our community, the more value that there can be. 11 months, Jiminator J. 11 months, thank you so much. Every cent was worth it. Thanks so much. Why does my mouse only left click? What's happening? What's Beatober exactly? Beatober, we'll talk about this sooner in the future, but it's a big community event in the month of October. A challenge to make music every single day. And an opportunity for us to gather as a community and help raise money for a charity. Also, there's tons of giveaways during Beatober, so all of those things are Beatober, but I'll be sharing more info as we get closer and closer. 82 days away though. Seems far, but it's not so far. Okay, anyway, become a member if you can, support the channel if you can, watch today's video if you are able to after the stream, of course, and get ready because in our Discord, which by the way, once you get into the Discord, you'll be able to drop your track in the track review submissions channel. Of course, you'll read the pinned message first. I know you will. We have a lot of heavy hitters today. I'm very excited to hear everybody's music. Keep submitting if you become a member like right now, or if you just remembered. Hey, thanks Bishop for that. Or if you like just jumped in, you're like, oh shoot, I'm gonna submit. That's fine, go for it. I will call it out and make it really clear when submissions are closed, but don't worry, I think we have some here now that will be able to cover all of these today. Usually we get to everybody that has submitted. Rarely do we have to, if I have to cut it off, we cut it off, and I say, okay, everybody who has submitted is in, no more submissions today. This happens like monthly or pretty much every other month. We were doing it every month for a while, and I found that people had less to share during the every month. Like I want to give people time to work on stuff, you know? Not just grinding for month to month. Juanin Bits, make sure if you're going to use the command !Discord, you pay attention to Nightbot in the chat because Nightbot has answered your question. So what do you say we get into it? By the way, we'll be live again on Thursday, so stay tuned for that. Another live stream on Thursday. We'll actually be making music, which we do most of the time here. All right. First one, we're going to start strong here. I already know because the first one we got is Piccolo Black hitting me with a Spotify link. Go this way. And Spotify web browser. Oh gosh, now I'm like in podcast. Spotify. Peace and love. All right, we're going to listen to Palabras. Palabras. By Piccolo Black. Y'all let me know about the levels. Shout out Piccolo Black. Good work on getting a release out there on Spotify. Who's singing? You just need to work. Bro, it's Piccolo Black singing on this track.
We won't ever stay in touch. I left home, I left town. Too proud, too hurt to take back the word. I felt the strain where loose knots used to be family ties. That's when it feels like keeping it real's right. But Auntie told me to forgive, cause it was nothing more than words.
That bass line moving around is super dope too.
Words from you now. You just need to work on you, yeah. I only know words from you now. You just need to.
John Jill says went from Charmeleon to a Charizard. 100%, 100%. So cool.
Held them else back in my younger days. Rocky trail, but I was on my way. More than days have to peel now. Young black man, yeah, I feel now. Greener grass was found. Made new life without. Held some else back in my younger days. Rocky trail, but I am on my way. Greener grass was found. Made new life without. Some else back in my younger days. Key trail, but I am on my way.
Piccolo Black with Palabras. Words. Wow. Piccolo Black singing on a track. Not only that, but it sounds dope. That was like really, really good. Piccolo Black, well done. I want to only listen to this song right now. Very cool, bro. Bro. That's crazy. But we got to talk about this too. Piccolo Black playing the game. Releasing the sped up version as well. Can we just take a quick listen?
You just need to work on you. I only know words from you.
So smart. So many people are doing this now, and I feel like they do it retrospectively. But of course, what do people love to do on Instagram and TikTok? They love sharing a pitched up, sped up version of a song, like with their reels or whatever. So if you got a song that kind of fits that mold, if you got a song that fits that mold and that works, if the right people find it with the right algorithm, it could blow it up. And now you've already got the sped up version there. And why not? So this is really, really cool. Piccolo Black, thank you for this submission. Tell us a little bit about the process. Is this like it's like a single, right? Yeah, dope. First single of 2023? Really cool. There's so many cool elements. Of course, the vocal production is really good for the first track that I've heard you sing on, so really good job on that. There's sort of like this melody and bass line thing happening too, where there's a lot of movement.
We won't ever stay in touch. I left home, I left town.
Not only that, but going to sort of the 3/4 way through the track and having a switch up, I just think it's real easy to make conventionally interesting music or conventionally structured music, and to take a little bit of a chance and to have a basic structure where it's like, okay, the first 2 minutes of the track are going to be this groove, and then we're going to totally switch it up 3/4 of the way through or 2/3 of the way through. I think that's cool. Jen Lu says, where did that go? Textured, yeah. That word jumps out to me too. A lot of texture on this track. If I could make one, Glow Black says, took me 2 years to finish. If I could make one recommendation on the production side, well, a couple. First thing that stuck out to me about the drums is I like the crunchiness of that kick, but I would get a little more sub lower frequency in there. I'm not hearing the sub lower frequency on the kick. And also there's like a big, like your vocals are sort of the thing that should be front and center, right? But if you listen to that hi-hat sound, it's like super bright. It's in my right ear right now. And even though it's panned, it's still like a bit loud and a bit bright. To me, it sticks out way louder than the voice. If I lower that volume all the way down, the loudest thing is for sure that hi-hat. And I've got a mixing video coming out later this month, a basic mixing video that's going to talk about that. But that's just one nitpicky thing on the mix. The other thing I would just check is like, yes, you've got all these layers, yes, you've got all these brilliant textures and good ideas.
But Auntie told me to forgive, 'cause it was nothing more than words.
But I feel like they're all competing for attention. And in a song with vocals, the vocals are gonna be what commands the attention no matter what when you're singing a strong top line like this. So, little bit of like looking at your mix and understanding that people are gonna be wanting to listen to the vocals the most. They're gonna want to hear what you have to say. And if there's other cool stuff in the background, like that bass line and the guitar melody that are sort of linking up, if that sort of gets a little too busy and is a little bit too loud and it's competing with the voice, it might turn some listeners off, maybe. So not that the musical ideas are not good, but make sure they have kind of their own place. Make sure there's like a hierarchy in your mix, I guess. The thing that people are definitely going to gravitate to is going to be the vocals. If you have a vocally driven track, everything else has got to be based around that. Got to build around that. Producer brain taking over my vocals. Yeah, I think Piccolo Black, that's like the clear sign that this was maybe like one of your first tracks or first track with vocals. Is like if you took the vocals out of this, it would even still be a great vibe track. So I say next time you do the full version, you do the sped up version, and you do the instrumental. Why not? right, really good, really good. Here's the trap that I fall into. We start with submissions and I spend a lot of time on them, and then I got to rush through the ending submission. So let's keep going. Beyond this, what's good? Very good work, Piccolo Black. Thank you for sharing that with us. As usual, folks, if you hear a track that you like today, please go show some support to the artists on their pages, whether that be on Spotify, on SoundCloud, wherever it might be. But next up, we got a SoundCloud entry from King. Sound is God. Say what you want. Yo, Kikana, welcome to the community. Thank you for joining. I love the crispy drums. Days keep them going and I don't know what to do. I know it's true. Not a day goes by I ain't thought of you. I don't even know what time it is. I just want you by my side again. Sometimes I get a little violent. I am a fan of this vocal style as well. I think it's crazy how much like MySpace and emo music is coming through in current culture and like current music now. Like it's sort of filtered its way through, and not in such a way that it's being like revisited nostalgically, a little bit of that, but in a way that like we're taking it and adding to it. Don't really care what you say, 'cause I'm trying. Folks with questions in chat, please pay attention because people are dropping commands in chat like submit, help, and Discord, and all the directions you need are there, I promise. Hi, Stefan. I can't say your name no more, but I promise you. Every day thinking about if I die for you, and I'll challenge you. You say what you want, but I'll take it away, and I'm so far away. There's a lot going on in this track? Not really. It's kind of just the drums, the guitar, and the vocals, and the like Foley vocals in the background. I just can't breathe here without you. Cool, very cool submission. Totally different to other music that we usually have on here. And by the way, we accept music of all genres here, all different styles, all different levels as well. So don't feel nervous about submitting. One last note on this, and I'm not going to stop the stream every minute to remind people, but you have some commands that you can use if you want to know how to submit. You can use !submit. You can use !Discord. You can use !help if you're having trouble. All the information is there. We accept links from SoundCloud, YouTube, all that. Please check the pinned message. But we're getting a lot of people jumping in saying, how do I submit? How do I submit? And I promise you the answer is in chat and in the Discord. and in the description. So please do a little bit of work yourself and you'll get there. I promise. Juan and Bits, I see you still asking for the link to the Discord in the chat. Not how it works. You keep using the commands but not reading the instructions. You must read the instructions. I promise it's not too difficult. And I saw the question about manual sync on Discord. We'll look into it. All right, King, let's talk about this track. You got to pay membership to submit. That is correct. The lowest tier, $2, gets you into the Discord and gets you the ability to submit. You don't got $2 to spend, or you just don't feel like it's worth it? No pressure, no need. We're going to go for 3 hours regardless of whether somebody thinks it's worth it or not. Because a bunch of other people decided it is worth it. All right, so this track is really cool. Like I said, it's got that emo MySpace sort of influence. I think the crispy drums are really cool, and I also am a fan of this vocal styling, and I know it's not for everybody. I'm a little, so if you notice in the background, well, the track starts with this quote, this like Foley quote. So there's like a little bit of a quote, but it kind of runs through the whole thing, and it's a little bit in the mid-range area. So it's kind of an aesthetic thing that makes it like a little lo-fi and a little odd. It kind of gets in the way of the mix a little bit. But it's also an aesthetic choice, so I could be all about it. The other thing is the structure of the track does not really change, or the general groove and the energy level of the track doesn't really change. We have a small intro section, and then once the drums start, they basically don't stop until the outro. That's 3 minutes. So that's about 2 minutes, or like probably 2 minutes 45 seconds of unrelenting drums and energy and vocal and really unchanging instrumentation. So I would for sure consider that when you're working on a track. Either the track should be about 2 minutes long if you're not going to have too much variation, or you should add some variation in your song structure, the chord progression that's happening, the loops that are happening, the vocal melody, etc. at some point over the course of this middle chunk. Some variation, but otherwise I think all the aesthetics, the drums are cool, the vocals are cool, the basic guitar loop, the minimalism of it is really interesting. So I'm a fan of the style, but I think the structure could be refined. So thank you, King, for submitting that track. Jen Lu is up next with a weird video, I guess. A weird video. I was trying to experiment with repetition to place the listener into a trance-like experience. So potential visual warning here. You may fall into a trance listening to this. Curious if this works or if it gets too repetitive. How long I can repeat a chord progression without getting stale. That is Jen Lu's question in Discord. Let's check it out. Let's see if we can answer that question. If you're having trouble, link in Discord. I'm going to type !help in chat. Please follow those directions. Step by step. If you don't have immediate access to the Discord, be patient. Give it about 10 minutes. It might take a little bit to sync. Don't worry. You'll get in. We go for 3 hours. You have plenty of time. I really like the texture of all the percussion. Flashing colors, flash warning, resuming the video in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I think the visual pairing and the music are perfect. Wow, really amazing, both visual and sonically. I'm subscribed to this channel, and this channel has 1 subscriber, so if y'all go follow Jen Lu, give a subscribe if you were interested in those visuals. Like I said, I think the visuals and the music work incredibly well together. And to answer your question from the Discord, like, does it get boring or too repetitive? I think you did enough with the orchestration of it where the track evolved over time and wasn't just unrelenting. So if you're somebody out there who's worried about repetition, or you're somebody who's trying to decide if your loop is too repetitive, I mean, you could use this as a reference. And you can see how the melody is passed between different instruments, how different instruments come to the forefront, how different instruments go to the back, how the entire piece moves with a sense of urgency through the different sections, right? For sure, not boring and not overly repetitive. I'm going to say just one reference of what it made me think of for everybody else, the people at home. Maybe Jen Lu is already using this as a reference or as an inspiration, but there's a composer named Steve Reich who, I don't know if Steve Reich is considered a minimalist composer, but people like Steve Reich, Philip Glass, like they're into using looping. But one of Steve Reich's pieces, or maybe his multiple pieces, is based around piano and phase. So what you do is you have 2 piano players playing essentially the same piece. Here, I gotta start this from the beginning. So the piano players start by playing in unison. By the way, if you're wondering if your loop is too repetitive, this video is 18 minutes long. So what happens is the piano players start in unison and then slowly start to drift apart from that unison. So it starts almost like an actual delay, like delay happening with 2 piano players. Let me jump forward. It's got to be painful. But you can see the result, it does evolve over time, but the result is kind of like pretty beautiful. I just like the idea of a simple idea and then taking that idea and playing with time. So that's what that last track made me think of, and that's a reference for y'all to go take a look at. Steve Reich. But a lot of composers, like 20th century composers, were experimenting with ideas like that. My only frustration with those composers in that time period is like it gets sometimes, Steve Reich not so much, but sometimes it gets further and further away from being music, whatever that means. It gets further and further away from being something you would actually listen to just being like a conceptual cool thing. You know what I mean? John Cage 433, for example. Nobody's putting John Cage 433 on, right? Alja is up next. Thank you, Jenlu, for that. Go give a sub if you enjoyed those visuals. I would say if you thought about doing performance, having those visuals projected and then adding that, that's kind of like a next step to think about. I agree. I would still like to be conceptual and not lose the listener. Exactly. Anytime I ever go to a gallery show that has some sort of sound installation, not anytime, many times, it just sounds bad. Or like those gallery showings where it's like physical things that are making sound and there's sound happening. It's like, do this, but make it sound good. Do this, but make it something that somebody would actually listen to. You know what I mean? All right, Alja. Is this going to be a cover of Owl City is what I'm wondering. I don't want this cue. No, maybe not. Oh, wait a second. No, we already listened to the song. I knew that quote sounded familiar. Here we go. It's a remix. Got it. It's a remix.
You would not believe your eyes if 10 million fireflies lit up the world as I fell asleep. 'Cause they fill the open air and leave teardrops everywhere. You'd think me rude, but I would just stand and stare.
Odd key change or something?
A fox trot above my head, a sock hop beneath my bed, a disco ball is just hanging by.
This is directly connecting back to my MySpace reference from earlier. I think there's some good ideas in this, and there's some not so good ideas in this. So let's let it play out.
I'm asleep, 'cause everything is never as it seems.
Something about the entire export. Thank you, Alja, for that submission. Something about the entire export sounds like you exported it at like a low MP3 quality. So I don't know if that was intentional or if there's an EQ on the master that's like rounding out any like higher frequencies, but I would totally get rid of that because this genre and this style of music is just calling for the crispy highs, especially on some of those synths. Now, there's a lot of really good ideas in this, and there's a lot of like weaker ideas that draw away from the good ideas. The first being the track starts on an incredibly weak point. We get our little intro, and then you go right into this high energy ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da, with these pitched down vocals that have lost all their energy or familiarity from the original. So this first verse is like kind of weak. It kind of picks back up during this build-up segment though. I like to make myself believe this section, both times, really good build-up. Filtering the vocals like this, with the guitar, by the way, with the guitar. Now we hit this chorus, and it's automatically not exciting because we've already heard this kind of pattern. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Not only have we heard the pattern at the beginning of the song, but we've heard this pattern thousands and thousands and thousands of times in every Chainsmokers adjacent song since probably like 2011. So, if you're going to make this kind of music in 2023, I would recommend you get your bass idea down. I'm sure the idea comes to your head. Okay, Owl City Fireflies remix. It's going to be like similar Chainsmoker style. Da-da-da-da. There's big chord stabbers or whatever. You got to take that and bring it to the next level, though. You got to bring it into 2023. Some of the most successful artists that are doing remixes right now that are in the EDM scene are doing a lot more interesting sound design things, a lot more interesting rhythmic patterns, that sort of thing. So you have these high energy chords too, right? And it's like ba-da-da-da, da-na-na-na. It sounds like you're playing a wood block for that snare. I have no idea what that snare is about, but it's not matching the energy of everything else. You don't have to have a giant snare with a bunch of reverb on it, but that snare is just like not matching everything else. But that chorus done again over here is way more interesting. But then we go back to boring. So when it does that 4 to the floor kick or like that heavy dun, 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 that feels really good. But like, what's the evolution of that? Where are the stutters? Dun, 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 like something more interesting than just blah, 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 blah. Right? So refine, get to the strongest ideas. It feels like a first draft. That's what remix. First draft remix. Now make it great. This is like bronze level. Get it up to platinum level. And I also think in like the post-chorus thing, where is it? If you want to take like a post-rock approach, I think that's probably your best bet because I can hear your like post-rock tendencies in here. Chord progression gets weird in the post thing. But yeah, I also hear just like a lot of warping that's degrading the quality of the audio. And like I said, I don't know if the whole thing is like for some reason warped or exported at a lower bit rate or something like that, but be careful of that. Folks that are trying to connect in Discord, has anybody become a member today and successfully connected to Discord? Let us know in the chat so we can troubleshoot the issue as we go. We're going to work on it, though. We're going to work on it. Don't worry. Discord could be like having some connectivity issues or server issues. What genre of music is this? It's just EDM. So Alja, thank you for that submission. I say I want to push you harder. I want to push you to do even better. The concepts are cool. Your musical sensibilities are cool. I like how you involve some guitar every time. You sort of have like this pop rock background that always comes through. But we got to push the quality. We got to push it further. Thank you for the submission. Next up, Eugene Solomko. Okay. Let's check this out. Earth Song Balance remixed. Peace and love, peace and love. Eugene, are you in chat? Purple J, Eugene, are you in chat? Yo, chatters who are having trouble with Discord, try one thing for me and report back. Log out of Discord and log back in after you've done all your proper steps of syncing to the channel. Tell me if when you do that, you can see the server. So Eugene, retros, Kian just said arcade vibes, yes, for sure. Synth and drum machine, great. I think we've got an idea about like your sensibilities for musically in general. If I was gonna push you a little bit further, I would say, let's make things a little more interesting. Right now you have a lot of straight ahead rhythms and melodies, very sort of on the grid, dun 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 dun. Not a ton of counter melodies happening, not a ton of variation happening like each time a loop happens. So let's think about those things. After you introduce a melody and we've heard it for a while, can you perhaps introduce a counter melody to it, a call and response, something like that. Then can you also create more variations? Especially in the drums, because your drums, even though it's very clearly supposed to be and is a drum machine, right? it's sort of emulating a drum kit, like an acoustic drum kit, right? So when we get that sensibility and it's like that, that drum kit vibe, if there's no fills or anything, there's no cymbals, there's no effects, nothing, it starts to get a little stale. It sounds like we're just going from pattern to pattern to pattern, and that goes for both the synths and the drum machines. So good starting idea here. Good sort of like overall aesthetic if the retro arcade synthy vibe is what you're going for. Now, let's add some layers of complexity. Don't make it too dense, don't overdo it. Yeah. So just let's add a little more complexity to it. Counter melodies, switching up the rhythms, adding things like fills, effects, etc., etc. I did start the track over, by the way. Thank you for that submission, Eugene. All right, next up is STK, but I want to take a quick break and figure out what is going on here with our YouTube integration. And shout out to Z. Z, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the community. OSR The Journey, have you not you've been a member for a long time. Are you saying you've never been in the Discord? So I see a lot of you tested logging out and logging back in. Let's have a quick run through. I'm going to run my background music for a bit so we can chill and test these connections. Question for folks who became a member today. If you became a member today, so I know that's Helmi, I know that's Juan in Bits. You all can call me out in chat. When you look at your connections in Discord, are you certain that you have connected the proper Discord account? I mean, the proper YouTube account, I should say, because sometimes, like, I have two emails. One email has my YouTube channel on it. The other channel, YouTube, Google account, does not have my YouTube channel on it. So did you sync the correct Google account is my question. Jason Acton, welcome to the community. Thank you for being here. All right, let's check. Manually sync my Discord server. Thank you all for hanging out as we sort of work through this here today.
Permission synchronization is, and what you would use that for, and maybe why you would use it.
Blah blah blah. Just tell me how to do it.
Has different permissions. What I would do is I'd go to edit this channel, have a look at the permissions.
I need to do the server, not the channel. Let me figure this out. Overview, server settings, roles, blah blah blah. If you did become a member today, hang out, be patient. Nicotina, have you had luck? If you did become a member today and you're still not able to sync your Discord, don't worry, stay patient, because we have a bunch more submissions that are already here, ready to go. So you're not going to miss your chance to submit. I'll say that. So just keep that in mind. Usually we have 1 or 2 people that can't figure it out, but if we have a big group of folks that are struggling, then I'm thinking it's probably a problem on Discord's end. Yo, Joseph McCaffrey, if you're listening, can you dive into this a little bit while we go through some submissions? I'm going to do one more quick search. YouTube memberships not syncing. Discord. How could this possibly be an 8? This is the problem. How could this possibly be an 8-minute video?
This video won't apply to absolutely everyone, but to those this does apply to. But over here, you'll notice integrations, webhooks, channels, Twitch, YouTube. If I were to go and head across to my Discord, for example, and once I'm on my server over here, I'll simply head across to server settings, integrations, and we'll have a look here. As you can see, obviously missing are the Twitch and YouTube options to integrate them with my accounts. As you can see up at the very top, as well as Twitch and YouTube settings for creators.
Manage.
Of course, I don't
TAETRO
have
is
here.
there.
If we click learn more, it simply takes us across to this server integrations page, where again,
Sync
they show
connection
this option.
revoked.
Scrolling down
TAETRO
past
must
webhooks, we
reconnect
get
to
Twitch and
YouTube in their
We have both
settings.
Twitch and YouTube
Aha.
channel membership integration FAQ, which is the one that I
I'm
showed you
seeing
just a
some
second ago.
stuff in the
That's about all
background.
the info that we get on it. Why exactly are these buttons missing? Well, if we head across to
I'm seeing it. Hold on, chat. We might be at a breakthrough moment. Breakthrough moment's coming. We'll get the background music going. Now, am I going to be able to do this is the question. Let's figure it out. Okay, link Discord to my YouTube channel. Open up the Discord app. No. That's not what I want. Where is the Discord integration? I looked into manual syncing earlier, but you have to reconnect your YouTube to Discord. Okay, so why are we not doing that? This is not my music, so I'm about to get claimed by Lo-Fi Girl. Let's run it back. We got this, chat. We got this. TAETRO must reconnect to YouTube in their user settings. In the user settings of Discord, or in the user settings must reconnect to Discord in their user settings. No. I don't understand if I have to reconnect in Discord. Okay. Excellent. Yeah. Just McCaffrey to the rescue. Settings. So I have to reconnect? This account has been revoked. Would you like to reconnect it? Yes, I would like to reconnect it. This is going to solve everybody's problems. Yeah, okay. I almost did the thing that everybody else does. That's me, right? Like, that's my YouTube channel. Yeah. You think so? Now I can resync. So if I get out of these settings, I hate Discord. How do I get out of these settings? Delete account? That's, oh, there it is. The window wasn't big enough. Okay, so now I go here and here and where's the server settings? And integrations. Where's integrations? Okay. YouTube. Okay. Sync. I'm syncing, chat. Let's go. Wow. I do think Discord is like one of the worst design apps that everybody uses. I'm syncing right now. I am syncing right now, chat. It is... I think I can show this, but it's syncing. Last synced on June 29th. It's not user-friendly, but I'm amazed how many people use it. So we had to reconnect before the syncing. So thanks everybody who was pointing us in that direction. So we're syncing now. So if you became a member today, hang tight. It seems like it's still spinning. We have a bunch more submissions anyway before we would even get to new submissions. So I'm going to allow that to continue syncing, and hopefully in about 10 minutes we will be up and running, and you will see the server there. So hang tight. And now we disconnect and connect again too, or just wait? I think just wait. I think don't do any disconnecting and reconnecting, but stay tuned. Hi, Danielle in chat. Hello. Hello to all the new people. Thank you, everybody, for hanging. Thank you, everybody, for being patient. We're working on our Discord integration situation. So I'm thinking in 10 minutes, I'm going to check in on it. In the meantime, we have a couple more submissions. Well, no, we have a bunch more submissions. So I want to keep working through these submissions as everything gets synced. But thank you, everybody, for your patience. If you became a member today and you're struggling to get access to the Discord, hang tight. It's coming. Wasn't easy, but it's coming. Check to see. Okay, I have a bunch of tabs open that I don't need open now. Get rid of it. Okay. Whew. Okay, returning champion STK is here. With the track Saint. STK has been gone for a little while. But he's back. Those big, beautiful pads in the background. I love that brass too. I like that little fill. I think the brass is pretty brilliant. Those big pads are great too. All the little electrical synths, which is almost like those little Those little bright synths are like mimicking the birds chirping at the same time. Really, really cool. Kind of demo stages, working on a little EP right now. That's great. Yeah, to me, SDK, I think all those things are brilliant. The only thing that sounds demo-ish to me are the drum sounds. I think the patterns are fine. Like, I love the trippy feel, and I even love the sound of when it does like, I don't know if I'll call it a fill, but where is it? Like this little sound design stuff. That kind of sloppy delay thing going on there. That sounds really good. The drum sounds to me, like the main kick, snare, and hi-hat, just don't fit in this world for me upon first listen. And I also wonder, SDK, like you have this little breakdown section where things get a little low and slow, right? But I wonder if you need a time where things other than the drums are doing a little more like improvisational, like that brass in the background that plays that great melody. Da, 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 da. Is there an opportunity for a brass instrument to take like, not necessarily a solo that's out front and center, but play something a little more improvisational rather than just a repeated loop? I think this track sounds like very human, very organic, very nature, but nature is like flowing and sometimes unpredictable. So how can that come through with some musical ideas? Like, can the piano play something that's a little more improvised on top occasionally? Not to put a solo on the song, but to just bring a little more variation. Even the bass could just have a fill that happens one time, a lick that happens one time, you know? And if you put enough of those little pieces in there throughout the track, it'll all add up to slightly better. So, not slightly better, but slightly more interesting maybe. But SDK, The Return, we can't wait to hear this EP when it drops. I do feel like I'm breathing in mountain air just listening to those pads. Which is a feat all on its own. But thank you for submitting. My friends, I'm looking at the YouTube integrations thing and it's still spinning. So let's give that a moment. Like I said, at 12:25, I'll dig back in and see if we need to do anything else. But maybe just McCaffrey, you can get ahead of that and see if there's any way we can force that process a little faster. All right, and here's the deal. The next thing we got, you sent me a Dropbox link. Come on. Come on. No, it's fine. It's fine, White Whisker. The only thing I say that for, some people upload directly to Discord. Some people send links like this. You're only losing an opportunity for yourself. You're only losing the opportunity for somebody who likes what they hear to go follow you on a page, right? So we just listened to SDK, and if you liked that track by SDK, you might be like, damn, I want to go listen to what else he's put out. So you just literally go to soundcloud.com /prod by SDK, and you go listen to their work. You send me a Dropbox link, maybe they'll Google your name. It's probably a little too difficult though. Meanwhile, we have a visitor. Hello, sir. What's going on? Is it nap time? I think it's nap time. Go ahead. Take a nap. We tried very hard the other night to get him to come onto the desk, and he really did not want to. He almost pretty much wouldn't until we took his toy and like put it there and like commanded him to climb onto the desk. Go to sleep. See if there's going to be elaborate bed making today. What I want to do really quick is click play on this track by White Whisker, blast it on my speakers. Oh. Hello. Wow. That was a good one. I'm going to put on this track by White Whisker, cut my mic for a moment, run to the bathroom, which is just past Duncan, listen to it on the speakers, and then I'll be right back. Wow. Interesting approach on these breaks. Dog's name is Duncan. Sorry, Duncan. The breaks sound like popping popcorn in the microwave. White Whisker, that was cool, and I'm actually kind of glad I blasted that on the speakers before I ran to the bathroom because I got the full brunt of that sub bass when it hit. Let me run back and listen to that intro again. I missed somebody being a member. Gage, not Gage. Uh-oh. Guys. You can help me with the pronunciation there. But thank you for joining and becoming a member. Welcome. Winston, if you ask anybody else about their MIDI controller in this chat today, you are going to be timed out for the rest of the stream. We talked about this last stream. White Whisker says a long time programming chops on the MPC. Wow, on the MPC no less. Very, very cool. Yeah, I think the cool thing about this is, first of all, the minimalist nature of it. You've got a bass line, that dreamy synth, plus these breaks. Am I able to call it minimalist with the franticness of these drums? I don't know. But even like that, building up tension in that way. I think the freneticness of the drums could easily get messy and could easily get confusing and overwhelming. But here, I think enough of the backbeat is maintained where it's like, okay, I feel the racing nature. I don't feel confused. I feel frantic, which is like, I think what's trying to be conveyed here. I think it stutters in the right places. It could be easy to overdo it with the stutters, and there's even some reverses and stuff here. It could be easy to overdo it, but I don't think you did overdo it. I just don't know if you're trolling or not, so you're gonna go in timeout, Winston. You're in timeout for 300 seconds. So one mixing thing that I'm realizing now listening on the headphones is that synth ends up getting like a little bit muddy. Where the drums have their crispiness to them, we've got that low sub bass as well. The synth is sitting kind of like dead in a mid-range. I think a little bit of subtractive EQ, or at least a dynamic EQ there in the mid-range could help, because it's taking up a lot of my, it's making me feel a little ear fatigue at this point. Like, it doesn't need to only exist in that. In that little mid-range peak section. Winston, he is a hardware guy. We were just talking about it. Tell me about it. Why does my mouse only left click? Anyway, I believe, Winston, we talked last time about talking about MIDI controllers incessantly. It's not something we do here. Taking a bit out of the synth or something else to give it space in the middle. Yeah, but also I wonder, like, where did all the high end from the synth go? Because I hear like reverb on it, right? Like, unless it's just got like long release time or something. Like, I'm hearing high end. I'm assuming it's running through some type of reverb or something. I would maybe not filter that reverb. Let that reverb have some high end as well. Ayish, back at it real time. Checking in with my new crew, the new members as of today. Check your YouTube, check your Discord, close Discord, reopen it. If one person wants to experiment and disconnect and reconnect to the server, would love to hear the results. Checking in with you all. It's been 10 minutes since we ran that resync, so let's give it a little. Let's see what's happening. Ayish is back after a little while. All is fair. Let's give a listen. Oh, thank you, White Whisker, for that submission, by the way. Exactly. Tiffany says, brings me back to 90s dance clubbing. Ayish coming back with that 90s dance club music.
My mama used to say, there would come a day when fools begin to open up their
pretty high energy. What do you guys think? Winston Monroe says, do you know what sarcasm is? Wait, what is sarcasm? I'm not sure. Ayish, what's the plan? You gonna hit the clubs with these things? Shaka Khan song, acapellas. It's great. I have no notes. It's a fun club tune. Nice work, Ayish. Welcome back. Ayish, are you back for good now? Back from hiatus? By the way, folks, if you are having issues connecting to Discord, it is not you this time. I should try this genre, says Winston. I don't really feel this genre in my soul. Like, listening to it, I feel like, wow, this is great. But I don't really feel drawn to connecting this, to making this style music. Did you gotta do these streams at night? I need a drink with these dope tracks. For some people, it's night. For some people, it's day. Who can say? Back for good, says Ayish. Love to hear it. Listen, we will have a great time at your place tomorrow at the latest, and we will be there in a few minutes if you want to come over, and this should be a good time to come over, and this should be deleted. So just McCaffrey, there's two priorities. One is figuring out this Discord thing. The other thing is making there be a command for that copy pasta to post. I think that would be great. Okay, really quick, folks. We're having a problem with the Discord. So if you became a member today and you wanted to submit a track, we're going to keep working on it. But here's what I want you to do. Listen closely. If you became a member today and you're trying to submit a track, I'm giving you very clear instructions. You must listen right now. I want you to write an email to the email address that I'm about to put in chat. What you must do in this email is put the subject line as your YouTube name, your YouTube username, subject, YouTube username. And in the body of the message, link your track. Do not send me a file. Send me a link to your track. A link to your track. We're going to get ahead of this Discord issue. We're going to do it via email today while we resync the Discord channel and everything. Thank you, Ayish, for that submission. Can it be YouTube? Yeah, it can be anywhere. Just send me a link. Doesn't matter. It can be YouTube, can be SoundCloud, can even be Dropbox if you want it to be. But send me a link. Make sure it's a public link that I can access. And we're going to keep moving. We got more band up next. Jason, I just saw your email come in. Thank you. Unretract your message, Winston, right now. I wonder if the command could be we just type Winston. Very happy vibes. Dopamine Fix, I just saw your email come in. Thank you. Oh, I see what's going on here. Juan and Beats, I just saw it. Gage, I just saw it as well. Thank you. Help me, thank you. More band, this is sounding good and this is sounding happy and I'm liking that melody for the most part. Just Grooves, are you in chat right now? Say hello. Thank you, Morben, for submitting that. So my thing about that is, no, we're not watching that. That's a little deep for the moment. Just Grooves. The submissions are open to members only. That was a direction for members. So we will not be reviewing your track unless you become a member. This is why we don't do it via email. Usually, we're only doing it via email because Discord is broken at the moment. So Moorband, my thing about this is kind of similar to the advice I gave Eugene. Is like, okay, time to develop this idea a little bit more. This is sort of written like a song, like a demo for a song with no words, right? Yeah, Just Grooves, if you become a member, I'll review your track. You can become a member at any tier. But it's not carrying me through to the end, right? And I think one thing, since the melodies are strong, I wonder if the rhythm could be just a little more interesting, right? Because it's just kind of straight at so like, where's the percussion? Like, this isn't making me move. I think that's the thing. One thing to ask yourself, is the music making you move? So that's why you'll hear me use a lot of shakers, a lot of percussion. I'm constantly thinking about that. Like, am I moving, or is this music just, are we just moving from 0 to the end of the song? Bishop91 just posted important thing for people trying to get in the Discord. Can everybody please follow Bishop91's instructions? And give that a shot and see if you can get into the Discord. Otherwise, we'll proceed with the emails for now. Also, the main chord progression of the whole track doesn't really change. Even when we go into that arpeggiated section. That's the same chord progression, right? I'm trying to think of like really, really simple music that does a lot, right? If you think of a rock trio or something, like guitar, bass, drums, and a singer, I think what carries people through that format, that really simple instrumentation format, is 1, the lyrics and the melody could be super catchy. 2, the fact that they're moving through the song through different sections that build up tension and release in different ways. So you have a verse where you can kind of feel at home, but it's a little lighter. Then you have a pre-chorus that does a build-up that, you know, it builds some anticipation. Then you land on a chorus that could be similar to the verse, but usually carries a little more energy. So like, think about that journey that you're taking your listener on, even if you were going to have a simple instrumentation like this. How are you getting listeners from section to section and section? How are you making the sections different? How are you building up tension and release between the sections? Think about it. Think about that. That would be my advice, Moorband. But Moorband is looking to collaborate, so if anybody's interested, find them on the Discord, or not if you became a member today. Okay, we're gonna go to Joshua Ho music. Again, if you just joined today, please go check Bishop 91's message in chat and see if you can log out, log in one more time now that we've done the sync, and let's see if that works. Joshua Ho music. Sunday sunshine. It's Monday, but we still got sunshine. Got it, Tiffany. Are we peeking a little bit, chat? That could be on my end. Joshua, is this a collaboration with this drummer? I love the acoustic sounding drums. This song is Duncan's vibe. Wow, nicely done. My mouse has stopped working. What's wrong? We can let this play though, because it's from some other community members. Nicely done. Like I said, the acoustic drums. Back, Spotify, please. Oh, let's throw this on the Lo-Fi Loft playlist, by the way. Which is not here. brushes. Let's throw that on there. So the one thing that I found a little distracting was the production on the drums. I found the drums are like I'm in the room with them, like I'm standing right in front of the drum set, but everything else is kind of mixed like a proper song. So I don't know if that's maybe like a challenge in, you know, producing with a live drum kit, but the things feel a little bit separate at times. Especially the brushes. There's like 2 brushes happening, and they're happening like super wide. I found it a little bit distracting the way they were mixed, especially the dynamics. Not that there can't be dynamics, but there's sort of like this loud to soft thing that's happening, and I think the distance between those dynamics are a little too far. In a live setting, it will probably sound really good. In a produced setting, I find it a little bit distracting. So thanks. Shout out to Joshua Ho and Erwin. Erwin Doe. Go give him a follow, go give him a like. And if you want to hear music with a lo-fi vibe from producers in this community, Just Grooves, thank you for becoming a YouTube member. You can go listen to the Lo-Fi Loft playlist on Spotify. I know so many people have become members today and that are trying to get their Discord connected. Don't worry, it is not a you problem for the most part. It is an us problem, and we are going to make sure we listen to your music via the email submission. So don't worry. And then we're going to get Discord all sorted again, and you'll be in Discord hopefully by the time the day is over. And we'll have lots of new members suddenly. It could be that the Discord integration sync is just going to take a while.
I guess it's
Thanks, Tiffany. The mouse is working now. Hopefully I don't have to charge it though. Dot key, here we go. Joseph McCaffrey bought me in 2018 for Christmas. All right, dot key, cool little groove here. I like the sort of like improvised solo vibe on top. It's sort of like just a laid back melodic hip hop beat, right? Percussion is mixed interestingly. I think a recurring theme I see is like, okay, you guys find a groove, y'all find a groove, and then it just is your whole song is that groove. You know what I mean? So I probably say this a lot, But if something is happening throughout your entire track, like if there's a particular loop or a particular even sound that's happening throughout your entire track, it's probably a red flag that you need some variation. So like, I know this track is under 2 minutes, but I think the loop, the drum loop, needs not just variation, but needs a switch to a different groove. Remember when we listened to Piccolo Black's song at the beginning and everybody was losing their minds over the switch up? I'm not saying you have to do something that extreme, but I'm saying like switching a groove is very effective for a listener. You're playing with their expectations. And if this groove has got you knocking your head, after about a minute or a minute 30, you're going to be a little bored. But if you are knocking your head for about 45 seconds, then the groove switches up a bit, and then you bring it back later, then you're nodding your head again in satisfaction. Analyze your favorite songs, figure out how the beat changes. How do they play with time throughout the song? Stems of 94 says, ABA is nice if you have a beat you want to stick to. Lets that A section dominate and there's a B section. Exactly, right? You want a B section. Steve Smith says, perhaps a video needed on how to break out of the loop. I'm certain I've done a video on that before, but if you watch any of the live streams where we're working on music, that for sure, will help, because we always start with a loop and then we break out of it slowly but surely. So Darky, great work. Where's your B section? All right, we're going to huge music. No, we're not. Who is that? Yui. Sorry, I thought you were a different person there. How many Spotifys need to be open at the same time? Agnormous. Let's hear it. Old Summer Vibes. Yes, Jared Moody members may submit music. Oh, it's a dreamy vibe. I do like the dreamy nature of the sound, but I feel like there's like a over compression happening as well as a big reverb that's muddying things up. That bass line, I'm not hearing it well enough, but it doesn't sound completely correct. See what kind of happened there where the kick, what is even happening? I can see what one would do if you have a big subby bass. You might have your kick not include so many subs, which is like kind of technically a correct thing to do, but I think ultimately this kick ends up lacking. Some sidechain could potentially help. But do you see how that pad and that piano all have this giant reverb on them, and it just continues to build and fill up space in the mix over time? You can achieve like a dreamy, reverby feel without it being too messy. But for sure, it's got a dreamy, nostalgic vibe. So I think you're heading in the right direction. But I would work on some of that mixing stuff. A little more discipline in the mix. Yeah, the kick, Stem says kick feels a little bit buried. It's a kind of a weak kick for this genre. Everything else is sounding super big, and the kick is just sounding like I'm tapping my desk in the background. Siel Sounds has got a Music for Ghosts retry, a retry of the submission from the previous Music for Ghosts remix competition we did a while back. Let's hear how it goes. I believe the feedback for this was the use of the sample that you used from the sample pack was too obvious, and it kind of dominated the entire track. So let's see how you reworked it. Chopping that up for this chord progression is really good. Oh! Bass sound is really cool. The shakers are nice, but they're a little bright and a little loud. Strings, great. It's a strong chord progression too. It makes it really epic and cinematic. And the way it resolves to the 1 is pretty cool. Didn't mean to end it too soon. So really cool structure. I think this is way better than the original thing that you submitted. Not that I can remember it that well, but I remember the critique I had of it. I like that you took the time to build up an intro here. Using the Foley, the chopped sample, this kind of sustained note. Bring in the backbeat, but like, see how it feels like an intro? This feel is important. And now we're in the track. Doesn't that feel super satisfying, chat? When you take the time to build up intentionally, not like, oh, I'll just have just the chord progression play and then the drums will come in and then the melody will come in. No, if this whole section is building up tension, it's drawing in your interest, it has Foley sounds that are like interesting and non-musical, but they're setting the tone, they're setting the stage, they're setting a mood or something, right? And then eventually, okay, we get a little bit of the groove in here. If it stayed at this, many entries stay at this level. It's like, okay, the drums just layered in over the top of something. But now, Not only that, but the section doesn't just start. We get a lead into it. The melody leads into it. Dum, dum, dum. A lot of people just take a loop. Loop starts here. Loop starts here. It starts at a downbeat. And that bass comes in, right? And we get it opens up our ears to like a totally different sound that we didn't expect to hear, but in a very satisfying way. We get a good guitar melody, which I'm going to point this out. Play to a MIDI instrument's strengths. Don't overdo it with a MIDI instrument like a guitar instrument. You had me convinced with the first phrase that it was a real guitar, but then you pushed it too far. All that weird bendiness. I think you probably know that that doesn't sound very natural for a real guitar. So really hone in on that. Bang, 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 bang. Yeah, it's a velocity setting. So you're probably using Native Instruments, I assume. Like that transition's fantastic. Like I said, and it's a guitar playing the melody again, but it's playing something different. And it goes in a direction you might not have expected. Shakers are too loud. Bring them down in the mix. Finally here, let me keep playing. At this point, you have this build up at about 1 minute 46 seconds, but the guitar is just still playing like a light, like there's not a lot of, like it's not getting heavier, it's not getting bigger, it's staying the same. Right, it builds up to nothing. So what would be an easy way to solve that? My initial attempt would be take all those beautiful strings that you have, keep a section in the background playing the chords, but double that guitar melody with like a viola line. Maybe keep the guitar on top, the violas maybe an octave below that. Or even you know, play on the acoustic thing that you're already going for, like some staccato, like 1 and 2 eighth notes, and and then how does that change how you come to an ending? Think about a drum player that would hear that on the strings. Like really go for it at the end there, because you've built it up so hard. So good job. Really good job, Siel Sounds. A lot of big improvement on that. This sounds like an original song that you made now versus the previous entry, which it sounds like you took one of my loops and just like improvise on top of it or something. Cool. So it looks like somebody had some success getting into the Discord. So I would love it. Kikana, if you did anything differently or did anything that kind of forced the Discord to sync, can you let us in on your little secret? And if you got in, then great. Please share with us how you did that, or maybe the sync has just caught up. I'm hoping that that's the case. Frausein, hi, hello. Discord is synced. Can everybody confirm? If you joined today, if you're one of those people that emailed me, please double check that you are in the Discord once again. Synced now. Okay, Gage is synced now. Gage, can you help me out with if I'm saying it right or not? Atomic VR, it worked. OSR The Journey, it worked. Helmy, it worked. Fantastic. You guys are all in. Fantastic. Thank you. Welcome to the Discord. Thank you for your patience. if you could now, I know you all already emailed me, but if you could all just follow the previous protocol and go into the track review submissions channel and post your links there, that would help me a lot. Gage like a shotgun, not... Oh, Gage, you got it. Okay, I got it. Cool. Welcome all of my friends to the Discord. Welcome all the new friends. You've made it. Thank you for being patient with us, but I knew we could get it to work out. Let's keep moving through these submissions. We got more to listen to. Krios. You've Got the Feeling, featuring Alan Martin. Jason, try a log in, log out, but also double check that you synced the proper Google account and everything again, because everybody else just got back in. I doubt it's a Mac thing. Breakbeats are fully in the public consciousness again. They have been for a bit, but more and more so each day. Maybe that's intentional. Pitch wise, I mean. Am I crazy or is the kick pan?
Hey dude, that's fucking sick. That's exactly the vibe. That's fucking unreal.
Like if you're listening to like a BBC radio station, you're back listening to the BBC. Breakbeats, only the best. You've Got the Feeling, featuring Alan Martin by Krios. More jungle, drum and bass and breakbeats, only here on the BBC. Keep tuning in. Much love out there to Krios. A brief interruption. It appears the Queen is dead. Queen Elizabeth is dead. Shout out to her family. No, but all seriousness, really good track. The thing about it is it moves through all these different sections. I think like if you're in it in on this genre, this is probably a super subjective thing, but somewhere in this section, I felt like I wanted a little more out there. This kind of second section that happened, I don't know, I was looking for like more tension and more build up. But then the track progresses throughout even more. So it kind of made up for it. It's the kind of track that is fully a mood. You put on some PS1 style visuals and it'll fit really well. And I don't know if the vocals being slightly out of tune is an aesthetic choice or if maybe repitching them could work a little bit better.
Hey dude, that's fucking sick. That's exactly the vibe. That's fucking unreal.
Like a section like that, it's like, hey, wake up, we're doing something different now. You can jump back into the breaks though, and it still feels fresh because we've got this new bass line to play with. Listen to that. Yeah, it's not overdoing it. I think that's the thing. The big thing I see here, CJ, is that you went for it in some places. You didn't overdo it. It sounds refined. It sounds really good. I think you could make more of this. Keep going in the genre, I think. We have a bunch more submissions in the Discord. You love to see it. The members have found their way to the Discord. And we have about 500 more submissions to go. So let's keep it going. Wait, am I really scrolling up this high? Yes, I am. All right. So, hey, Davi. Thank you for being here today. Jason, still no sync? Do all the double checking you can. And we'll make it work regardless. This is Jimin J with Bewildered. We're going to say submissions are closed for now, but if you are already a member, you can still submit. Don't worry. But no new member submissions today. No new members. Oh, it's that, what is this genre called again? Fonk, thank you. That's the word I was looking for. Or drift? Like, what's the difference between fonk and drift? Folks, we've been live for about 2 hours, over 2 hours, so don't forget to like the stream. I hope you're enjoying all the independent music from artists around the world. Thank you to everybody. This is not funk. Okay, thank you, United Art Forms. What is it? Here we go. Genre war in chat right now. Soldiers, mount up. Genre warriors, mount up. It's dark, it's gritty, it's got this kind of trippy Simpsons story thing happening behind it. It feels like it's 3 a.m. I'm at a shady gas station. I'm gonna get an energy drink. I'm gonna get a Monster Energy specifically at the gas station at 3 a.m. Some sus looking characters are hanging out outside. I'm not sure if I want to go in or not. The smell of cigarettes is coming from somewhere. You've executed on this sound very well, Jimin Energy. Thank you for the submissions. Tetralogy is up next. Tetralogy of Flow, untitled track. Give the track a title. Has a K-drama vibe. It is short on vocal chops for funk, in my opinion. Drift/industrial vibes, right? Drift. I feel like there's a certain type of person that evolved to listen to like funk and drift and those things. No feedback. Yeah, I mean, for this, nothing stood out to me. I mean, you say that it has a little bit of a narrative to it. I got the narrative that there's narrative in the visuals, but it's hard for me to critique this genre when I don't know too much about it. It feels like you did it well. Like, to me, this sounds like it would be on a playlist with all the other music that sounds like this. But I guess, like, my feedback there is, I don't know, that's my thing. I don't know enough about the genre to comment on this. But my thing is, I've heard other tracks that sound like this, and to me, this isn't standing out amongst those other tracks. So that could be your goal. But I think it's you'll be able to go farther if you can develop a more unique voice. Something that improves on this genre, something that creates variation on it, something that brings something new to it. You know what I mean? But I could be wrong, and this could be like a fantastic track within this genre, like one of the best, and I just don't know enough about the genre. So that's why I hesitated to comment on that. But that would be my first thing. It's like when somebody makes a sleepy lo-fi track, and it's like, okay, yes, this sounds like it belongs on a playlist for that kind of music, but like, is anybody gonna look at your name and be like, oh wait, who wrote this track on this playlist? You know? What makes this track better than all the other tracks? Or at least stand out, not better, but stand out. What are you bringing to the genre to improve upon it or make things more interesting? We are going to move through the rest of these tracks like rather quickly because we stacked up here after having all that Discord drama. So let's just keep it going. I like the texture here. Track is not loud enough, but I can see that it's going to get loud. I like that texture, that little percussive thing, drippy percussive thing. So one thing I'm just going to point out, like if you're like uploading to SoundCloud or whatever, you could see the waveform, you export and you look at your waveform. Like this is not always an indication of like a problem or like a more amateurish sounding mix, but sometimes it is, maybe usually. Like the only thing that changed here is that bass came in. So that tells me that bass is occupying a lot of amplitude. And nothing else really got much louder. The whole track should be. What wasn't loud enough? The whole thing isn't loud enough. Well, this whole section the waveform should look like this. The waveform should be relatively similar here. And also I have this blasting on SoundCloud and it's still low. So that's just a general mixing thing. But musically, it's all sounding really cool. I like a lot of those sounds in the intro. That sound right there. I love that. I don't know what that is, but that's perfect. the filtered vocal is cool. I like that you're like ever so slightly lifting off the filter here and there. Nice. Last time you mentioned there was no tension in release, so I worked on some call and response. I think you did a great job if you were incorporating some feedback from last time. That ending needs work though. Like have a proper ending. It can stop like that, but give 2 seconds at the end for it to breathe before like somebody's Spotify switches to the next track or whatever. I think this track is great. If you were incorporating feedback from last time, I think really well executed because this track progresses through really, really organically. I like all the sounds you used. The synths, sometimes synths can sound a little amateurish, but I think the way you use them here, they're not hitting us over the head with like a repetitive melody. Everything here is like contributing to a specific atmosphere. And it's really well executed. Especially, I can't praise those percussion sounds enough. You've got a space here that's working really well. Yes, those synths calling and responding to each other. Perfect. Yes, the mix is what you need to focus on. I am going to be adding to my Ableton Live for Beginners series for the first time in a while. It'll come out maybe next week or in a couple weeks. Basic mixing tips. So if you're starting with headroom, meaning every one of your tracks starts below 0 before you even start making music, then you have the room to make things louder and softer if you need to, but you also have the room to add a mastering chain that has a bit of compression on it, that you're doing a little bit of EQ work on, multi-band compression on your master. That is all going to help. We don't want to eliminate dynamics from our music, but it's going to help bring everything up to a similar listenable level. The whale-ish noise before the drop at 215, asks Tic Tac Tom. I'm assuming you could be meaning that little bent sound or that the filtered vocal sample in the background, but that's one of my favorite sounds in the track too. You got textures here. The levels of despite the whole track having a low level, I think the levels of everything in relation to each other are good. Great work, Tetralogy. Work on those mixing skills. Make a few more tracks like this. And you got something going here, my friend. Good work. Do you think, just a thought, do you think this flower fits the mood of this track? For me, this track sounds like nighttime. It's not giving bright pink flower to me. Just a thought. I don't know if how much thought went into actually choosing that. But it is important. Juan, second chance. Juan JB. Juanjo drums. Juanjo, you've just been waiting patiently in the background. I haven't seen you much in chat. Thank you for your patience. Let's lay back and listen to this. I do like the melody that the piano is playing, I feel like at time, but there's also a piano playing the chords too, right? So I feel like they get in each other's way when that melody really comes out. The sound of the piano is really good. Really good at communicating like a nighttime, sunset, ambient, dreamy sound. I do like the overall sound of the piano. So let me talk about that again. Hear that light plucked guitar in the background? Siel Sounds, thanks for hanging out. Okay, here, where that piano really starts rocking and rolling on the melody, it's a little bit heavy. That piano is a little bit too heavy to be like the lead instrument there. And it's also clashing with the piano that's playing the chords. Because you've got chords, and then you've got a thick piano melody on top. So, do we choose a different instrument? Maybe not. But maybe we pull off the velocity of that lead line. Maybe we get rid of the chords on the piano in the background. I don't know. There's lots of things you could do. I wouldn't change too much because it's sounding really good. The melodies are all really good. And that's one thing I want to point out here. I've been talking a lot about people's stagnant melodies today where it's like just on loop or there's just one thing happening. Listen to this. You hear that synth that comes in? The piano plays a melody. That synth answers it. The piano comes back in, keeps playing a melody. You would think the synth would come back in here, but it doesn't. That is something that makes the track more interesting because it's playing with your expectations. It's letting things breathe. It's something that happens once over an 8-bar loop. A lot of you do something once over a 4-bar loop or even a 2-bar loop, which means we're hearing it more often and it's less interesting every time. If you can expand the length of your phrase and make something happen just one time in a longer phrase, it makes the music sound more sophisticated, in my opinion. It means you're taking your time. Call and response. It's call and response, but it's a combination of a call and response. The piano plays a melody, the synth responds. But it's also a matter of how often you repeat things. Consistent melody plus varied counter melody. Gage, you're close to right, but also this piano melody especially when we get to the end. Well, first of all, you notice how the piano melody kind of faded away a bit. But it goes into like this, it's playing a repeated melody right now, but we haven't heard that yet. It's a little bit improvisational. Juan says, keeping the element of surprise. Yes. And surprise doesn't mean jumping out at people and calling so much attention to yourself. Sometimes it can just mean the amount of times you loop something or slight variations every time. So it's all of it. It's call and response. It's counter melodies. It's consistent melodies. But it's like, take some time to just play. It's not all about loops. Good job, Juan. Thank you so much for that submission. Well done. Was that your first submission, Juan? Good job. Eddie, E.T., Liquid Queen. Juan, congrats. Thank you. That was fantastic first submission. Hope to hear more music from you in the future. Oh, I didn't see that coming. What's up, Eternal Dark Remains? I'm good. How are you? Juma. New name, Juma? Ooh. I feel like I could hear Justin Timberlake singing on this. Wait. There's a reason you're saying that. It's like almost the same instrumentation and style of Cry Me a River. Yeah, it is almost like a 90s hip-hop thing. It's a little bit Timbaland influence there. Cool. I think the next thing for this is to get a vocalist or a rapper on it, right? It definitely feels like it's waiting to have a top line put on top of it. A criticism of the structure I have is like, we have this intro where it's like, where is this going? And then those drums kick in and you're like, boom, we're here. We nod our heads for about 8 bars. And then the drums go away. And they go away for a long time. Nearly 30 seconds. That's a little bit of a weird structure. In a perfect world, well, in a more conventional world, I guess, this might be a little longer. This beat section might be 16 bars, but with some variation, with some things to make it interesting. And then this section would be a bridge that would come down the line. And then we would build up to this bigger section. I love the sounds in this. But you got to let people sink into your beat first. And then drop it. Good job. Really good beat. Get a rapper to go on it. Singer, rapper, whatever. Maybe mess with the structure a little bit so it's a little more satisfying for the listener. Eugene asked, Boz, why, how? Hold on. Boz, if you're in chat, I'm not downloading a file from WeTransfer, so you gotta post it somewhere. It's got to be public, streamable link. I will add that to the directions, but we've pretty much been on that wave for a bit. Oh God, 2 cameras. So Boz, if you are in chat, get that on a public link and I'll listen to it, but I'm not downloading files while on stream. Couldn't compress on your phone? You have the SoundCloud app on your phone. Or you could. Or you have the YouTube app on your phone. You figure that out. Dopamine Fix is up next. Variation between 4 or 8 bars, asks Eugene. The more variation, the better. What I mean by that is you take something that you had looping for 4 bars, just duplicate that loop. Combine it together so it's now an 8-bar loop. Now make variations across that 8 bars, and now loop that 8 bars. So see what effect that has? Instead of loop, 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 you have 8 bars, and it varies throughout. Thanks, Eddie T, for that submission. Dopamine Fix, where are we going here? We're going on a scary journey? I do like this pretty melody on top of these kind of dark reverberating cave sounds. I wouldn't have used that 909 rimshot sound though. Nadia. Yeah, that lead on top is totally a Blade Runner-ish sound there. Weather sound, yeah, the wind is sounding great. This sound that's happening here, there's a particular frequency that's poking out a little too harsh. But we're gonna move away from that now. I would say replace all those that like snare and that rimshot sound, all those drum machine sounds, replace them with like more acoustic sounding drums or like percussion. Keep them in the space that they're in, but to have it sound like a drum machine doesn't fit the vibe to me. That whistling sound, that's the sound you have to tame a little bit. You guys drop the ball on the song endings. Unless, no, this is just a single. Right? You guys gotta leave space at the end of your songs. You cannot have the thing just cut off at the end like that. Why does this work like this? I want to listen to this song. Cannot have it end like that. So like I said, we're swapping out those drum sounds potentially because those kind of pull me out of the fantastic fantasy realm you've brought us to here with this quite successfully. The other thing is just that whistling sound, whistle-esque sound, that at certain moments pokes out a little too harsh here. That one particular pitch. I have found Fab Filter to be very, very helpful for taming specific sounds. I used to just do some subtractive EQ, and that still works, meaning you grab a frequency, you pull it straight out of the sound. That works for a lot of things in a lot of different instances, but you might not always want that frequency to be out. You might want to just pull it down when it gets too high, and that's what I've been doing with Fab Filter. I've been sort of using a dynamic EQ that reacts to if a specific frequency gets out of whack, like it starts to get really loud, that EQ activates and starts to pull it down. Something to consider, especially in ambient music where things can get muddy in the mid-range especially. But I don't think, other than that one sound, I think the mix for an ambient piece is quite good. I love the darkness of the giant reverberated drums and stuff in the background. I love the deepness of the bass and the softness of the melodic instruments. Dopamine Fix really good. You should make more music like this. Good work. All right. Busy Boss has got a track uploaded for us. Thank you. 3 minutes ago, hot off the press, Early Bird Wave needs an 808 and some other elements, but let's hear what we got. Genre Warriors, mount up. I need to know what genre it is.
Through the light, I done struck a nerve, you ain't heard. I'm fly as a kite, let them know you heard it right. I did that on purpose, right? Early bird hit the birds, I'm catching the bite. Trying not to swerve up a curve, running through the light. I done struck a nerve, you ain't heard. I'm fly as a kite, let them know you heard it right. I did that on purpose, right? I was coasting, but now I finally got it in motion. You come approaching.
Too scary.
Emotion, you joking. See, I didn't notice. It's really no control when I'm on it. In his poke, I'm talking about the Texas on road. Let me get at it. On the bottom, now I'm in the attic. Don't even panic. Just listen while I flow to Atlantic. Said I was camping. I swear them people thought it was magic. I had to grab it, and not the blue I was far from your ass. That shit was tragic. Cause every night I slept on the pallet. Let's do some damage. No quitting. I got that from my dad and too many addicts. And I'm serving everyone in my family. Go hit the block for a habit, but never gave out an addict. You early bird hit the birds. I'm catching the bite. Trying not to swerve up a curve. Running through the light. I done struck a nerve. You ain't heard. I'm fly as a kite. Let them know you heard it right. I did that on purpose, right? Early bird hit the birds. I'm catching the bite. Trying not to swerve up a curve. Running through the light. I done struck a nerve. You ain't heard. I'm fly as a kite. Let them know you heard it right. I did that on purpose, right?
All right, here's what I think. First of all, fantastic work, Vazio. Sounds good. I know that you said you want to add a 808 to this. Yes, I totally hear the place for it. I don't know what else you had in mind for adding to it, but it sounds like pretty complete other than just adding an 808. If you really want to take this track to the next level, I think you do a similar thing to what Piccolo Black did on that first entry we had today, where after this, keep this completely how it is. You got a minute left, though, of track. Like add another minute where we've got like a different feel, maybe some similar vocal vibes, all similar elements, like same sounds and everything, but totally switched up groove or something. I think that could be really satisfying for the listener because you go hard in this first minute, 45 seconds. If you do a switch up, I think people will go crazy. I think that's the one thing. I love the sustained bass note. It doesn't change when you expect it to.
I swear them people thought it was magic. I had to grab it, and not the blue I was far from your ass. That shit was tragic. Cause every night I slept on the pallet. Let's do some damage. No quitting. I got that from my dad and too many addicts.
It is a little scary. It is a little like horror movie slasher film-esque with that oscillating synth in the background, which is cool. The mood is clearly executed. If it's me, I'm dropping a whole nother vibe. Not whole nother vibe, whole nother groove after that minute. That's what I hear. Yeah, awesome. Boss, great work. That sounds really good. Thank you. Everybody's doing so well today. Everybody, chat, whether you're submitted or not, give yourself a pat on the back. Because either you're here supporting and just listening and vibing to independent musicians from around the world, or you are one of these independent musicians, producers from around the world who have all taken the step to submit music and be vulnerable on the stream and show us your progress and show us what you've got. So great work to everybody. As you can see, we have all different genres, all different levels today. Really proud of all of you. You're doing fantastic. I'm proud of this community every time. It's one of the things I like about doing these types of streams. It reminds me of who's out there, who's making the music, how diverse the community is. It's great to recenter on that. So good job, everybody. Submissions are closed today, but if this is a community you want to be a part of, become a member. You can submit next time. You can connect with all these lovely people over on Discord, now that Discord is working. And I think it's worth it. We got a lot of cool perks. If you hit the join button, it won't like charge your card right away. You can read what some of the perks are. And great job to everybody. We got a few more submissions today. We've been going for almost 3 hours. Just shy of 3 hours. So hang on tight. We're going to get through the rest of these submissions. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Make sure you like the stream if you haven't. Let's listen to Funk Ease. Central Park Kinda Love. Jason, yes, please throw your link into the track review. I'm glad you got into the Discord finally. Thank you for the patience on that. Central Park Kinda Love. A completely different vibe than our previous track. Tiffany, thanks for hanging out. We're going to get to your track soon, so you can watch the replay for that. Why don't you submit it? I'll give some feedback on it, and that'll help you in your mixing process. No worries. It doesn't got to be complete or perfect. Got him. That's really cool. That bass. That little hint of a vocal. It's crazy. I think the big thing about this is, first of all, I think the artwork doesn't do that track justice. I think the artwork looks a little bit amateurish, if I'm being honest, Funkies, while the music is not amateurish. So I don't know what you got to do to resolve that. Either simplify your visual art making process or work with the artist who can give something that the music deserves. The thing about this track that I see is at the beginning, it feels like a kind of just typical lo-fi beat. It's got that vocal there, but I really didn't notice that until much later. That's interesting. Like at that point, at the 42-second mark, this track has so much to offer between that guitar solo at the end. Beautiful. I don't think that hi-hat matches the mood though. And then that synth solo at the end here. I wonder if we can get to those sooner. Like, I wonder if we're laying too much groundwork here. We're not getting to what makes the track special fast enough, in my opinion. Maybe not, though. Maybe I just need to be patient. The track for me really takes off around, I don't know what's wrong with this timestamp on Spotify. Around this part, 1 minute in. I like the pacing with solo surprises along the way. Yeah. I mean, maybe there's a way to foreshadow some of those solos in the intro. Maybe that could solve the problem. Keep the track exactly how it is. Give them a little taste of that synth. A little taste of the guitar solo at some point. Maybe. Something about it though. But there's a lot of beautiful parts of this song that I think, here's my point there. If I heard this on a playlist, I might think, oh, this is just another stereotypical kind of lo-fi track. And I might hit the skip button before I even get to the cool stuff. And I think we could subvert that. Maybe that's me and my own attention span, though. Great work, Funkies. Really, really good. Thank you for this submission. We got Moongoat up next with other reggae sample beat uploaded directly to Discord. Moongoat, what's the problem? We can't upload it to SoundCloud or something? Next time we do this, Moongoat, you have to upload to a public link. Nice. Which instruments are you playing, Moongoat? Nice. So like it could for sure be longer than a minute, right? Definitely an idea worth developing to at least a 2 minute 30-second mark. But even within its own minute, y'all should pay attention a bit because it's got an intro, a short one at that. Moongoat played the piano and the bass on this, and drums. But 30-second mark. Basically that perfect midpoint. We get that moment, and that moment makes it. That moment takes it from being it could have gone on for the next 30 seconds as a loop and as a groove, and we could have been bobbing our heads. But don't you agree that that moment at the middle elevates it? That's tension and release. And when you have a funky track that's got you nodding your head, when you're just in the groove, if you don't introduce some form of tension, whether it's a type of solo, different chord progression, or a break like that, it will get boring no matter how good the groove is. So, good work for making this 1 minute long piece of music actually have a shape and not just being a 1 minute loop or a 1 minute thing that just progresses up over time. Good job with that. Now develop it even more. And Moongoat, start thinking about, because I know you're younger and you're dipping into all different types of genres. Start thinking about the kind of music you want to be known for making. Or at least, if you don't want to think about it in that big of a way, which you're young, so you don't really need to, start a project. This is going to be my like jazz funk project. This is going to be my ambient project. This is going to be my whatever lo-fi project. Start one and develop it. Make a few tracks in that genre. Give it its own name. Give it a release. You know, I think that could be really helpful for you because you need to start thinking about artist development. I know you're developing your skills. Your skills are pretty good. So keep developing your skills, but also work on artist development at the same time would be my advice. Great work. Keegan, finally, we're into the lost souls from today. The lost souls who have finally made it to the Discord.
Sometimes you gotta stop and go and smell the roses. Sometimes you need a break from a world that's so imposing. So here's a small list of a couple things I've chosen. I hope right after this, your little fire's reawoken. That feeling of a heavy breeze flowing through your hair, or a nice and cozy blanket keeping out the chilly air. The sound of rain tapping glass or fresh cut grass, or when you tell a clever joke and everyone starts to laugh.
We're all going too fast in life. Gotta slow down. So let's write poetry of all the mundane, and we can sing it till the end of our day.
Hobo Johnson, a little bit.
So wake up nice and early and head over to the beach. There's a serene sort of quiet like it's all been made for me. The way the sunrise dances over the crashing waves, or how the sand gets stuck in shoes and doesn't go away. Or when you plug a USB correctly on the first try, or the first time you heard your favorite song sung live. There's something sort of stunning about the simple things in fact that makes me want to slow down and cherish each and every act.
We're all going too fast in life. Gotta slow down. So let's write poetry of all the mundane, and we can sing it till the end of our days.
Oh, nice.
You need a
I
break
think
from
there's,
a world that's so
first of all, you could definitely get a bridge and then one more chorus. A bridge that goes to a different chord progression, builds a little tension, and then go to a final chorus. I think that needs to be added for sure. Second of all, thank you for submitting a track with such great vocals on it. Somebody pointed out Hobo Johnson, Jason did in chat, and I think that's a good reference point.
The feeling of a heavy breeze flowing through your hair, or a nice and cozy blanket keeping out the chilly air. The sound
Because I think the flow of the rap vocals can get a little too like Nickelodeon vibes. Like a little too like, I wrote this poem and I'm going to make it fit perfectly in this beat. I'm rapping and I'm making all the syllables fit. You know, like everything is like so precise and blah, 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 blah. And that gives like children's music vibes a little bit to me. The Hobo Johnson reference is a good one. And if you don't know Hobo Johnson, Kikana, I would definitely recommend just checking out some, because that music is like, first of all, it's very like more adult, and it's like a rapper on top of a beat, but it's kind of like falling over itself. It's not picking a lane between spoken word and rap in a way that really works. So I would use that as a reference if you don't know it too well.
sound of rain tapping glass or fresh cut grass, or when you tell a clever joke and everyone starts to laugh.
If you fall off that beat a little bit and make it a little less clean, it'll sound a little more mature. Carlu, don't ever come into my chat and say a negative thing. I don't know if you've been chatting today, but you're going to take a time out. Don't come into my chat and have the first thing you say be negative. If that wasn't your first chat today, I apologize. Oh, you've chatted before. I thought that was your first chat of the day. I could have not timed you out. So I apologize. But let's try to be if you're going to comment on a song, let's comment something positive before we say anything negative. So the last thing is the sung vocals are sounding a little muffled in comparison to the brightness of the rap vocals. I don't know why that is, if it's how they're produced or you've done some processing to them.
Slow down. So let's try poetry of all
It sounds like there's something between the mic and your singing, and I don't know why. So if that's done with processing, I would bring in the brightness back to the vocals there.
So wake up nice and early and head over to the beach. There's a serene sort of quiet, like it's all been made for.
Yeah, more brightness in the vocals. So let's try to pull the rap part away from sounding too much like a children's song. Let's get more brightness on those sung vocals, add a bridge, add a final chorus, and you'll have a full complete song. I have no doubt. The lyrics are funny. I like the line about getting the USB the first time. I don't know where it was.
Correctly on the first try or the first time you heard your favorite song sung live. There's something sort of stunning about the simple things, in fact, that makes me want to slow down and cherish each and every act.
But cool. It's overall good vibes. Without a doubt, it's good vibes. Sunny day vibes, positive vibes. Good work. Go listen to Kikana for more. That was actually a nice change of pace from all the other things that we've heard today. Such a variety. Hanin Bits. AI is taking over. Song was made with Chat GPT in the style of Ed Sheeran. All the music production is mine.
I used to think that music came from the heart. Now it's so simple after all. Machines are making beats and melodies. I can't help but wonder it'll bring tragedies. Say that art is meant to bite to have soul. These machines that have no hearts of gold. They don't have feelings or emotion to express, but still they create music that's complex and impress. Whoa, they're writing songs. They're taking control. They're taking over. I'm starting to feel like a fool. They're writing songs. They're taking control. They're taking over. I'm starting to feel like a la 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 la. La 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 la. Yeah, I used to think that music was about emotion, but now it feels like everything is easy music, just a button. The algorithm create music that's so sweet, but I can't help but wonder with the meaning of obsolete. They say that music is meant to move us, but these machines they don't know about love.
The verse vocals, a little hard to understand. It's an enunciation thing. Really clear in the chorus though.
They're taking control. They're taking over. I'm starting to feel like a fool. They're writing songs. They're taking control. They're taking over. I'm starting to feel like a la la.
Yeah, the mix sounds fantastic though.
Yeah. La 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 la. I'm starting to feel like a la 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 la. La 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 la. I'm starting to feel like a fool. Yeah.
That bass is kind of crazy.
I used to make music.
I'm feeling it, like literally feeling
machines taking over, breaking the rules, but I won't let them take the art of my soul. That's my goal. I keep singing my songs with emotion, and I'll show the world that's about devotion. I never give up, I never back down, I never walk out with my heart as the sound. I keep music alive with my own touch, and make sure it'll always be worth it. Listening to match, even though the machines make it sound better, but
that's
they
funny.
never have the human touch that'll make it last forever. Yeah.
Really good, really just overall well executed concept of a song. Beautiful mix. I mean, I'm not gonna have much feedback. I really liked that moment. I don't know if this was intentional. Even though the machines make it sound better is the lyric, and then dropping out all the other instruments and maybe like riding the auto-tune a little harder there. Like the words and the production are like winking at each other.
Even though the machines make it sound better, but they never happen.
Yes, nice. So smart, so smart. Really, really good work. Go give Juan in Bits a follow if you can.
The algorithm create music that's so sweet, but I can't help but wonder with the millions obsolete. They say that music is meant to move us, but these machines are professionals. They don't know about love, about pain. They see the cream is that makes these things and
cool. I think the one thing to look forward at is you're a great producer. Are you trying to do like always do like some type of like commentary and comedy or something? Or are you going to want to make like music that isn't in that vein? It's a question for you. Maybe this was just a fun project to work on, but you've got the skills so you could do all of the above. Good work. Eternal Darkness says he is a professional musician. Why here? Go to perform America's Got Talent. We got all levels here. Professionals and beginners. All right, this next one from Helmy. Mixing process. Need more pads. All these excuses. Helmy, let's hear your first submission here in this community. He is a professional musician. Why here? Go to perform America's Got Talent. American Got Talent. Nostalgic lo-fi, working on. You said the kicks are weird. I'm not feeling any weirdness yet. Thank you, happy little hugs. I try. 3 hours is pretty much my peak level for this. That synth, that's really, it's like a little too filtered, in my opinion. If the filters never lift off, it can get a little frustrating, because I think the tension there, it's like if the listener is always wanting, okay, it doesn't have to come all the way off. You can still maintain your kind of lo-fi, no high-end sound, but kind of like everything is existing in that mid-range space, right? Also, where's the bass line? That weirdness at that middle section, I might say, can we get more of that later? And your track should at the very least build some energy over time. So over here, no, about here. How is that energetically different than here? Yes, we've got that lead in the mid-range, but like I said, it's super filtered, so it's not really adding energy. It's still kind of dreamy. Could there be one more layer of percussion? A triangle sound, some chimes, something blowing in the wind in the background even. Like, I don't know, I mean, it is super dreamy. It goes with the visuals really well. I think you've built a like nice dreamscape here. I think your sensibilities are good, but I think it needs just a little more to bring it to the next level. It could be even just lifting off the filter on the drums a little bit for the ending, so we get a little more brightness at the end. Something there, but other than that, like the overall aesthetics of the whole track, the dreaminess of it, paired with these visuals, I think it's pretty well executed. So Helmi, this was your first submission here. Great job. I'm going to subscribe to your channel. Sasha Ellis says, helped in that journey so much. Thank you. Sasha, thank you for those kind words. Oh, it's my first time catching a stream. I live in Japan and I'm riding the train to work, so I won't stay long. I just wanted to say I started making music soon and you have helped me in that journey so much. Thank you, Sasha, for saying that. I appreciate it. Have a great day at work. Yeah, so I hope, like, Happy Little Hug said some kind words there, but what I hope is that y'all can watch this, and even though I'm not critiquing maybe your track in particular, maybe you can still learn something. That's my hope for this. And I hope y'all can tell me, I don't know, does anybody submit music on any other streams? We're probably not going to go over the full 5 minutes of this. We usually cap it around 3 or 4 minutes for most songs, but we'll go for a while. Atomic VR. Last moment remix for a remix competition. 5 hours to do it. Skip the DJ intro. Got it. Awesome vocals by Nina Kreese. Are we back? I got green here. The keys sounds. Here we go. Some of those vocal ad-libs ended up competing with the main vocal, so always put them in a different place than the main vocal. Atomic Sounds and Nina Kreese. July 4th remix. I think it's high energy. I'm going to jump here though. And just one thing I'm going to notice is like, where does it go? You know what I mean? Like, this music has such a potential to like uplift people, and it is a very uplifting beat and uplifting sound. But I just wonder, like, how does this section differ from this section? Not that one. Like, there's not, I mean, even though the last track was a totally different genre, there's not much that adds to the energy here at the end. But this is another case where, like, I don't really have the full context. Like, I don't really go to clubs like that or like listen to a lot of this style music. So I know it gets mixed a lot and mixing in and out of things with the beat and everything. I don't know. I guess I come from more of a pop background, but that would be my inclination, is like, could I get that last chorus to really make people feel like they were floating? Versus have it sound like the same hook from before. Not a huge critique, just a thought, and I don't even know if it makes sense in context. But to say that you did this remix and only had 5 hours to do it, shout out to you. I mean, that sounds like, I really like all your sound selections and what you did with the vocals. I don't really understand the parameters of the remix contests. I assume you got the vocals and then remix them. Good work, nonetheless. Thank you for your first time submitting here on the channel. Happy Little Hugs says, I've checked out 2 or 3 different music submission streams, and they all critique, like, what am I looking at here? OSR The Journey, by the way. Oh, the track starts at 19 seconds. Got it. 2 or 3 different music submissions. They all critique like everyone is on the same level. That doesn't work. Yeah, I agree, that doesn't work. You got to take into account where the person is. Like, if we were going to do a competition and be like, oh, we're going to do the best EDM song, you know, obviously, like, if you just started today, you're going to be at a disadvantage. That's not the purpose of this. The purpose of this is so people can grow and gain skills and things like that. So that's what we're here for. I know it doesn't work out on other people's streams. I also know people do free reviews. So, like, some people do it for free. So if you want some feedback, I guess you can get it that way. But I prefer this method because at least, like, even if it's only $2, it does provide some filter. OSR The Journey. Oh. The hi-hat is in my brain. I might not be able to listen to this for a very long time because that hi-hat is so bright and loud. I gotta bounce through this. I apologize. Like, there's really cool elements for it, OSR, but like basically everything else sounds cool except that hi-hat. That is killer, bro. Also, watch your compression, because even in that section without the hi-hat, there's so much compression there. All those reverb tails are like getting blown up to be the size of everything else, basically. And if I can give a visual critique as well, you want to create cool visuals for your track. The up close, like blurry and unsteady B-roll shots, like I don't think many people want to look at that. I think you can probably understand a better approach. Even if you hit play on this machine and we were seeing like the lights light up or something and you just did that from 5 different angles and cut between them, whatever, I think that would be cool. But obviously, like, you've got your channel here and you're doing some tutorials or whatever. So you're visually minded, right? Like, you're making a channel. Really dig into some of your visual references or some people that you think are doing it well. And compare that against like what you have here. You have a camera, so I know you can do better than this, right? And then including like a random vertical shot in here. And shout out for trying, but you can do better. 100% you can do better than this. And then if I was going to give YouTube advice, it's breaking down beat with the MPC Studio 2 and sample track. You got to understand at a certain stage, even at my stage, people don't know who we are. So they don't care if we're breaking down our beat with whatever gear we used. If you have any shot, it's like roping people in with the fact that you're doing something on the MPC Studio 2 and sample track because they own it. So if you rope them in with that, and then once they get in, you're breaking down your track, that's fine. They're going to get exposed to your music that way. So think about that when you're like titling and marketing your tracks. Like at our stage, like we're not Richie Houghton or whatever, whoever's super famous. So people aren't going to click on it based on our name most of the time, on the fact that it's our music most of the time. They're going to click on it for another reason. So let's try to rope them in, trick them into clicking, and then introduce them to our music. Yeah, hone that mixing stuff, because I bet if you listen on a couple different devices, there's no way you can put a pair of headphones on and listen to that hi-hat. Gage is up next. This one is just a joke song because... Oh, wait. What am I supposed to click on? Not the meme song. We'll listen to this one. I Will See You Again by Gage. Consider doing videos or streams where you challenge yourself to make music outside your typical relaxed lo-fi style. Yeah, we've done like K-pop and faster styles for sure. I just released a whole ambient album, so... for this emotional style music. Got a winter snow falling vibe to it. Said it's the first song you felt inspired to make. Well, that's very good. Came from a lonely place. I'm the only one of my family in my state. It's hard to see everybody. I feel that. If you keep writing from emotion, dig into that more, there's people who want to listen to this stuff for sure. And that maybe feel the same way you're feeling, and that then your music can make them feel not so alone, right? that emotional connection to music, I think, is a great one. That's supposed to be the reason why I'm even involved in music. It's like an emotional connection, right? All right, Just Grooves is up next. Hey, Jason, I want to make sure you submitted. I know everybody here is new, but it's helpful for me if you put your YouTube name in your Discord submission so I know who is who. Organism by V Group.
Play an imaginary piece of something like this.
Got it, Jason. Thank you. The chord instrument is super dominating the drums. I think there's a lot of overcompression here, my friend. It also feels like things are happening a lot on the left. The solos are ripping and roaring. A wild doll trick appears in chat. Eternal Dark Remains says, where's the cat? The cat is not mine. All these animals, they're not mine. People keep bringing animals here. So the cat moved out. Ooh, guitar solo. V-Groove, if you tighten up the production skill on this, like the technical skill is obviously there. Like these ripping and roaring solos are great. The performance effects that you're doing between each section keeps it interesting. Also, finding a way to perform this music live would be fantastic for you too. But yeah, the production side of things, if this just wasn't squashed with compression, it would be great. Because all those instruments would come out and like have room to breathe, and we would like feel them more instead of right now it feels like a chunky sound file, you know? Yeah, but I mean, you've got it. I mean, all technically there. I think if you just turn off a few compressors, you might actually like, it might sound so much better. Like you might not even have to do so much work. Awesome. Great work, Just Grooves. Hope to bring you something new soon. Yes, I hope you do. Of course, we're all a work in progress with our music production skills, so we're all learning different things at different times. Some of us have excellent production skills, and our musical technical skills are not so good. Some of us have excellent musical technical skills, and our production skills are not so good. We're all traveling down the same river, just at different points. Great work, my friend. Thank you for that first time submission. We got a couple more for you to go here. 3, actually. 3 or 4 to go. So I hope you've all been enjoying the submissions today. We had a lot today. We've been going for over 3 hours. Don't forget to leave a like on the stream. Become a member if you want to join our Discord, be a part of this awesome community. And bob your head to this one. Zentar. Started learning music about 2 weeks ago. It was grooving for me up until that point. So this is your first attempt at music, and what I want you to notice here is the thing goes off the rails pretty much at 1 minute in, which we expect for all beginners. But why does it go off the rails? What makes it go off the rails? Oh, hold that thought.
Walking down a new road, walking down a dark road.
And we're back on the rails, and this is sounding great. Nice, that was a lot of fun. I think the first, everything up to 1 minute is pretty good. The back half is the strongest part. The middle gets a little crazy. Well, what's the difference? What's the difference in the middle and those other sections? It has to do with like the density and the amount of sounds. The advantage you have as a beginner is that you're going to break some rules that you don't know are there, and it's going to lead to more creative choices. The disadvantage you have as a beginner is that you're going to break some fundamental rules that you need to not sound like a beginner, which is kind of just how it is, right? But here in this moment, listen to how many things are going on. The drums. 2 layers of that synth. That plucky, moving melody. They're kind of doing like this weird pitch thing too. It's really not that many things. But hear how they all amount to sounding busy? That instrument is way too thick, so it's like being presented as front and center, but meanwhile you got this thing running over on the side like a hamster on a wheel, the plucky thing. Meanwhile this thing is blasting over here, so it's just funny. I guess someone said sound selection. I guess it's partly sound selection, but it's also like orchestration. Like, view your music as if you are the listener. What should have the spotlight? What should have the most attention on it? And how do you adjust the music so that the thing that should have the spotlight on it is what's getting the spotlight? I've been stuck on the synth for a hot minute. You know what you do in that situation, Davi, is like you just like turn it off. Turn it off and see if it's absolutely necessary. Or you swap in a different sound for it. Or you bring it down in the mix. The reason these other sections work so well is because they have very clear focus points. The drums have their place. The mainline vocal that's like kind of not processed has its place. And then the only other vocal line is pitched so high up that it's separated from the original vocal. So all those things have their own place, which makes it sound pretty clean. Let's not forget about the plucky things. The plucky things are still happening too, which I didn't even realize. And they're mixed. They're where they belong in the mix. They're not sitting on top, getting in the way of the vocals. So Davi, go listen to your favorite song, your favorite beat, whatever. Try to dissect it and seeing what each part of the song is doing at each given time and how those parts are interacting. That will help you to better understand, like, oh, I could use this instrument here, and if it's paired with this one, it's going to sound pretty good. If it comes in too loud, these things are going to be competing, so let's pull them back. But I think since this is literally your first beat, you're showing some really good musical tendencies right off the bat. So dive head first into it. Keep going. And embrace your inner beginner, because you'll never be able to go back. Junk Rabbit. E mastered. 6 minutes, 27 seconds. You're killing me here. Upcoming debut album.
There's bruise on my cheek. It's not what you think you see. I'm in a constant battle between ecstasy and gravity, so don't blame me for inviting.
What's up with the hi-hats today? Is it just me, or these hi-hats are incredibly bright and a little painful?
Clumsy. Bitch, I'm clumsy. Don't victim shame me. I know you want to blame me for letting that motherfucker back in my life, but he's my motherfucker and it's my right. Bitch, I'm clumsy. Give me my space. Get out of my face. Get out of my face. I'm not dancing. No, bitch, I'm clumsy.
It's just going so many directions. I don't know what to think about it. I think there's a push and pull here with like the space and the energy level, where
What you think you see. I'm in a constant battle between
so there's like those synths and stuff, right?
ecstasy and gravity, so don't blame me.
The vocals have that delay and that reverb on them as well. It feels like a space.
For inviting.
And then certain elements are coming in, like the guitar, like the plucky guitar, and then that trumpet that just came in, and they're sounding completely dry. It's kind of sounding like a mismatch of space.
I'm not dancing. No, bitch, I'm clumsy.
Like this instrument doesn't sound like it's in front of me. It sounds like it's right here. And those hi-hats are killing me.
sympathy. 'Cause I
So
can't
try to
pay
get
the
everything to
price
match
that's attached
the
to
same space. Like if you want to have this big band playing against these synths and this big brass section and these brass solos and a guitar player, make them sound like they're like jamming together. Don't make it sound like one of them is in a closet, one of them is in the bathroom, one of them is standing in front of your face with the trumpet just blasting. You know, like consider that. Like think of a picture of what this ensemble looks like and then adjust your mix accordingly.
so take your
All right, I'm supposed to check out the mix up at 3:15.
Cause I'm clumsy.
Where are we going now?
Do I your muse? Don't appropriate my experience just to make your point.
And hold on. I just realized this is uploaded to a site called eMasters. So I don't know, I don't know if this is like a mastering site, AI mastering site. But I bet one of the sources of all this like high treble sounding music that we've heard today, like intense ear shattering treble, is like, is there some AI mastering tool or something that y'all are running your music through that's just like blasting the high end?
I know.
And you're like, oh, this sounds clean and crisp. Let me just run it through this.
Bad news. But damn, I'm no Mrs. Right. That's why I'm clumsy.
The drums and like the toms sound really good. The toms specifically.
Clumsy. 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 Clum 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 clum.
Wait, OSR The Journey said I used eMastered, and that was like literally the other track where I was like, these hi-hats are painful. Guys, stop using eMastered. That, based on the evidence that I've seen today, we got to get off this site. You want to go find a website that like people actually use. Stop clicking the links on the websites that like nobody's using, that they're just marketing to you and selling a product. Find something that somebody actually uses. You can use AI mastering. I mean, like DistroKid has one that's like fairly decent. BandLabs is actually really decent and they have different profiles. But the thing about those two is like you can make adjustments to those. And they're like made by actual companies, not like whoever eMastered is. Sarah Too Ill in the chat says Ozone. Yeah, like that's another. Whatever you're using for mastering, if you're going to use any type of AI, it should have the ability to make some. You should be able to make some adjustments. And don't mistake brightness for like clarity. Holy smokes.
I know you want to blame me. Letting that motherfucker back in my life, but he's my motherfucker, that's my right.
That got really intense. It actually made me realize probably the biggest problem with AI mastering is you have a track like this that goes from, you know, this kind of groovy brass drum set track to like this Nine Inch Nails-esque intense whatever. So like a robot who's just gonna say, okay, apply this to the whole track. You can't do that to a track, especially a track like this. You can't do that to most tracks. So that second half, Junk Rabbit, sounds really good in my opinion. I mean, the whole track sounds good. There's amazing musical ideas throughout this whole thing. The intentional switch up is pretty good. I think the actual transition could have been a little bit better. You did the thing where you pulled back all the melodic instruments and just kept the voice and the drum set, but then you brought chords back in.
That's why I'm clumsy. Clumsy.
Like you brought back in like melodic material and stuff only to abandon it and go in a different direction. So why not have alluded to the new material instead of harkening back to the old chord progression? Yeah, you bring it all back at the end, but I'm saying at that transition point where you're going to transition to a new groove, a new sonic material, you're transitioning. As soon as you got just the drums and the vocals, that's your perfect opportunity to transition into new stuff. But then you were like, oh no, remember this over here? I'm going to give you little hints of that, but now something new. And it almost like crossfades in a way that doesn't work because it's totally different. Where you had the opportunity, where you just had drums and vocals. This is a really intense track. It's really cool. I think if you do, like, seeing as you've set yourself such a distant timeline, you're not planning to release until next year, you have time to hone some mastering skills on your own or meet somebody who's really good at mastering that can do a better job for you than some of these AI kind of blanket like, oh, I'm just gonna put a certain specific set of effects over an entire track, especially when the track has so much variation. But Jung Rabbit, that was intense. Thank you for submitting that. 2 more to go, my friends. Tiffany Anthony. This is an original from the 90s.
We've been skating on the sand ice too long. I think we both knew it from the start that this relationship was wrong.
All the way back from 1993, when I was 1 year old.
I don't wanna go on like this. I don't wanna lose any more sleep. You've got me chased, and I don't know how to escape. You've got me chased.
Tiffany, do you have like the stems for this? Like, you have the stems from the 90s?
And I don't know how to break it free. You got me chased, but I won't let you hurt me. I guess that it's my fault too. I was open to your games and your greed.
If you've got clean stems, because to me, the first thing I noticed is there's just like a bit too many effects on the vocals. Like, to me, the verse should be the cleanest part of the vocal.
You've got me chased, and I don't know how to escape. You've got me chased, but I know that my will won't break. You got me chased.
And then the vocals sound really, I mean, the chorus vocals sound really dry. You see the difference there? It's like the chorus should have most of the energy, while where the verse is gonna like build to an energy.
I can't let you hurt me. Break free, you've got to break free. I can't let you hurt me. Break free, got to break free. I
Later,
can't
Juma.
let you hurt me. Break free, got to break free.
The other thing is, it's so hard.
Got me chased, and I don't know how to escape. Got me chased,
I'm gonna have to work with these vocals to really know for sure.
I know that my will won't break.
But
Got me chased.
modern music production, like the trends have changed so much. There's a lot more compression on vocals these days than there were in the 90s. And I can hear that older style coming through on these vocals for sure. The other thing is pitch correction. Not because you're a bad singer, but because it's really important to lock the pitch in. Really important to lock the pitch in. Especially with all these layers you've got going against each other. But it's really cool to hear a throwback piece like that. Tiffany, thank you for submitting this and letting us listen to it. I know you were trying to bail out before we listened to it, so I appreciate you sticking with us. But also, Let me say that. Well, I think you just submitted this. I don't know. I'm not sure what your goals are or whatever with submitting this specifically. But I was gonna say, like, you're a musician, right? Like, I'm sure your life and thoughts, opinions, artistic preferences, etc., have evolved since 1993 or to 2023, right? So, like, what's the new stuff you're working on? Like, how are you bringing in that 90s influence into something new? What do you want to sing about now? Piccolo Black says, I want to remix this. That could be a interesting pairing if y'all want to confer with each other on the Discord. That was really cool. Thank you. It was the throwback, the nostalgia, the 90s vibes that we all needed for our afternoon here. Thank you for submitting that. Think about it. What are you making now? What do you want to do with this? Do you want to keep working on this song? You want to work on a new song? If I'm you, like, even if you have the stems for this, go make this song again from scratch and see how it comes out. If that's something you want to do. I think sometimes, especially if you've got music that you've been working on for a while, it's like sometimes your skills evolve so far beyond where they were when you started that song that you trying to still work on that song is actually like pulling you back into like your old skill level, right? So like now that you've evolved, try again. Even though it feels painful to try again from scratch sometimes, I know. Thank you, Tiffany, for that submission. The last submission of the day is by Z. These stars in my pockets make me afloat. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us today. I know we had some Discord hiccups, but we got it all solved. Welcome to all my new friends in the Discord. Thank you all for supporting the channel. Thank you all for supporting other independent artists around the world, listening to their music, giving some words of encouragement. Ooh. Wow, these vocals are great. Just glide in the nighttime. Angels don't cry. Fuck pride in my life. No time is yeah, you remember it like that. Yeah, you remember it like that, don't you? I can't believe that you ended it like that. I can't believe that I didn't come back to fight for you. I can't believe that I did that, it's all bad. I can't believe I'm still fucked up and not over. Crazy chat moment here. What's happening? I can't believe you're the one or I won't ever move. I think I know that I'm your ghost. I don't need a second chance. You're the one who cured my soul. The only one I know who can. Great job, Z. Yo, Z, tell us a little more about your story, because I know it's your first time submitting, your first time being here. What's going on? You got a whole album of this stuff? That's crazy. I come alive in the nighttime. I get high every night. I just fly every nighttime. And my dreams. Yeah, Piccolo Black says I could do more with 1 minute of that. For sure. I could do with one more minute of that, is what he said. Yes, I 100% agree. Let me browse. Hold on. I want the same album. My whole life been a hurricane. I
I get up in the air when I'm high, babe. That's okay, it's okay.
I love that kick.
I put it down on my dime. You love me just as good as you hurt me, and I'm addicted to that.
57 monthly listeners.
All the green covering on my clothes. You think I'm addicted to cash? Never made way too clean when I'm part taste. Fucking sweet, yeah, that shit gon' be out next week with these fucking fiends. Now I'm free, I'm on that motherfucking bullshit.
Yo, Z, welcome to the community. A lot of talent here. I love what I'm hearing so far. Really, really good stuff. I think you just got a bunch of new fans here. It's crazy.
You must go on.
And a whole album too? What's going on? Why don't more people know about your music? What's the plan? You got content? You got a plan? What's going on? Really great work. I hope we can hear more of your work soon. I hope we can like connect on social or something, or like we can help you in other ways, because you got the music down. So for me, it's like, why does an artist that sounds like this, why doesn't Spotify work in the browser? My point was, why does an artist like this with music like this have 57 monthly listeners? I should be getting on TikTok soon. College just has me swamped. College life. That'll do it. Yeah, ASAP. Get on it. At least, you know what you can do now while college has you swamped is follow a bunch of artists that you think are awesome. And just follow and watch everything that they're doing and save every instance where you think, I could do that. You know? Like, I could make that kind of content to promote my music. Save every instance of that so that when you go on a break or when you have some time away from school, you're like, damn, let me go make some stuff so people can hear my music. Because you got an album of what seems like really good music here. Don't labels like sign artists like this? But yeah, as much as you can bring you have the music, right? So like the thing now is like bring your personality into the play. Show who you are via socials. Start building up a community, building up a following around that so people can connect who you are to this music. People don't just follow good music. Of course, if the music is good enough, they might jump to it. But they follow artists, right? They don't just follow a song. They follow artists. That's the difference to an artist. That's the difference between a song popping off on TikTok and everybody uses it for 3 months. And then the artist has to go back to their job at Starbucks. With peace and love. Nothing wrong with working at Starbucks. But then that's the difference between an artist who like builds a community and like builds themselves up like that. Right? For you, get on it. The one thing that hypes me up more than anything is seeing an artist who's like super talented. It hypes me up and it frustrates me. But they don't post shit and they don't like get their music out there. They don't get themselves out there. They don't connect to an audience. It's like there's so much potential there. So it gets me pumped and it gets me frustrated. Just go do it. Z, that was perfect way to end the stream today. Thank you so much for your submission. I'm glad you got in there at the end.
I can't believe I'm still fucked up and not over you. I can't believe that you put me into bed.
Let's connect or something. It sounds really good. I don't know how, but let's connect. We're on Discord anyway. And you've got a bunch of other new friends on the Discord, my friends. You got a bunch of other new friends on Discord right now because a bunch of people joined the Discord today. We've synced the Discord, which means if anybody else was having trouble getting on, that means they're in now. So go introduce yourselves in the general hangout chat of the Discord. Say hi. Be cool. Talk to each other. Share tips. Possibly collaborate. And I hope you're all going to have a great rest of the day. I dropped a video today. Please don't forget it. It's my Push 3 Odyssey. I went on a very long journey with the Push 3. It's a long video, but I think you'll enjoy it. You're going to see lots of cool scenes from my trip. Talchik says, awesome Push 3 journey. Thank you. I saw your live performance videos and that looked great. In Boston City Hall Town Plaza, no less. Right? Fantastic, everybody. I had a really great time today. I'm glad we solved the Discord issue. Thank you, everybody who became a member. There's going to be more member perks for you down the line. Remember, if you joined at just to join the community tier, that's fine. Totally stay at that. You can be in the Discord, everything. There's a lot more perks at VIP tier if you want to consider upgrading for $2 more or whatever it is, $3 more. So stay tuned for that. If you want that, if you want to get in on the workshops, if you found this stuff helpful and you want to go deeper with it, VIP is the way to go. You can pretty much upgrade at any time, so no pressure. Thank you to everybody for hanging out and not only submitting but showing encouragement to all the other artists. I appreciate it. I will talk to you all soon. I'm on Threads. I'm going crazy on Threads, so watch out. That's it. Too lazy. Great stream, everybody. I'm going to go have lunch now. I will talk to you all soon. Catch me on Threads. Catch me on Instagram. You can't get up. You can't get up. What's up, Duncan? What's wrong? Talk to you all soon. Thanks for hanging out. This has been TAETRO. Have a good one.